Good evening and welcome inside Staten Island, New York, home of the Staten Island FerryHawks. The Blue Crabs on the road today, Austin Rooney. And we have some disappointing news right off the bat. Of course, today we were hoping maybe the Blue Crabs can clinch a playoff spot today, Austin. It's not going to happen today.
Unfortunately, it's not. The Long Island Ducks, their game has been rained out tonight. It's only about 30 miles east of here. The weather isn't so bad here. Yes, it's foggy, it's dark, but there's no rain in the forecast in Staten Island. But over in central Islip, New York, there is rain in the forecast, and they've called their game off.
Of course, the magic number is 2 for these Blue Crabs, meaning that either 2 Blue Crabs wins, 2 Long Island Ducks losses, a Blue Crabs win and a Ducks loss, any combination of all of that would earn the Blue Crabs the title of Atlantic League North Division first half champions. It can't happen tonight, but it can get closer tonight with a Blue Crabs win. Southern Maryland dropped the series opener last night by a score of 4-1. It was the first time that the Blue Crabs have ever lost to the FerryHawks. Southern Maryland swept Staten Island in each of their first 2 series. But Austin, I'll tell you what, this is a Staten Island FerryHawks team that's much better at home than they are on the road. They're 13-15 at home, 3-22 on the road.
Yeah, I mean, there's some clear difference there. You see it with the Blue Crabs as well. This is a team that's better at home than they are on the road. But still, the Blue Crabs should find a way to pick up some victories in this series.
Give you the starting lineup. Start with the visiting Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, who lead off with their left fielder, Jack Sundberg. Batting second, Michael Wilansky at second base, with Jared Walker batting third at first base. The designated hitter, David Harris, bats fourth, with Alex Crosby batting fifth, playing third. In center field is Zach Collier batting sixth. 7-8-9 for the Blue Crabs reads as follows. It's Braxton Lee, the right fielder, Joe DeLuca, the catcher, and Michael Baca, the shortstop. On the mound for Southern Maryland this evening, the left-hander, Mackenzie Mills, who's been among the best in the Atlantic League of late. Give you the starting lineup for the FerryHawks in just a moment, but they've got Dakota Freeze on the mound, facing off against the left-handed Mackenzie Mills here on a Wednesday evening, kind of chilly here on Staten Island.
Yeah, temperatures are in the mid-60s. They've been that way all day here in New York.
Here is Dakota Freeze on his way home with his first pitch of the contest. Dots the outer edge, and it's a called strike 1 to Jack Sundberg. The Blue Crabs 41-13 on the season. You mentioned it, much better at home. 24-3 at home are the Blue Crabs. 17-10 on the road. The 1-0. High and tight back, Sundberg up off the plate, and the count 2 balls and no strikes. The numbers on the season for Dakota Freeze, a 1-3 record with a 3.27 ERA. 3.27's not that bad, Austin, but he did struggle against the Blue Crabs his last time out.
Yeah, his last time out against the Blue Crabs went 4 2/3 innings, 6 hits. He did allow 6 runs, but control was the real issue, walking 5.
And if you're Southern Maryland, you see a 3.27 ERA, and all of a sudden, you find a guy you've had great success against. A plate meeting going on right now between Dakota Freeze and the defensive backstop, Andres Noriega. Top of the first inning here in Staten Island, Dakota Freeze facing off against Jack Sundberg. 2-1 swung on, hit well to the left side. The left fielder will have to go back. It's Antoine Duplantis who catches after ranging about 20 feet back to his left. One away here on Staten Island brings up Michael Wilansky. Wilansky lost his hitting streak yesterday, but the on-base streak remains for the man that was traded from the Ducks to the Blue Crabs and has never looked back.
Yeah, well, Andrew, Michael Wilansky is still hitting 15 for his last 30 at the plate over the last 8 games. That's despite going 0-3 in yesterday's contest.
Wilansky takes a pitch off the outer edge. It's called strike number 1 from Dakota Freeze. Mentioned Freeze has been real good this season, just struggled against the Blue Crabs, and if you're Southern Maryland, you like hearing that. Second pitch, a slider away. We're even at a ball and a strike. Run differential for the Blue Crabs this year all the way up to 111. That's exactly 100 more runs than anybody else in their entire North Division. The 1-1 fouled and off the helmet of Andres Noriega, the catcher for this FerryHawks team, and he is still down in pain.
Yeah, the training staff out to take a look at him, and that can be a scary moment at times. People oftentimes don't understand just how much of a risk that catchers and hitters at the plate are with regard to potential head injuries. It's not the same as football or hockey and some other sports out there that are more contact driven, but it happens in baseball too, and it happens with catchers as well.
Yeah, it really does. And, oftentimes people think, hey, he's got a mask, he's got to be fine. But oftentimes it can sneak in there, or, even if it does hit your mask, a 100-mile-an-hour fastball is still going to hurt even if you're protected with a mask. So Noriega is being tended to down on the field right now. Let's talk a little bit about what this Blue Crabs team has done to this point of the season. Austin at 41-13. Obviously, literally one of the best records in winning percentages in a half in Atlantic League history. But as we try to close this first half out, it's not going to happen today. We touched on that earlier. Long Island's game has been postponed, and with a magic number of 2, you can only get 1 here today.
Exactly right. And the Blue Crabs, they've got an opportunity to at least inch closer tonight. And I think putting together a win tonight and putting themselves in position where they can win that third game in this 3-game set tomorrow and win the series would be a solid boost.
If you need any reference as just to how foggy it is here on Staten Island as Michael Wilansky fouls one towards the FerryHawks dugout, we'll stay at a ball and 2 strikes. If you need any reference as to how foggy it is, last night you could see the entire skyline for most of the game. Maybe not in the first couple innings. You can hardly see anything right now.
All you can see is that lighthouse straight away that doesn't even light up at night.
Yeah, I don't get that. Slider off the edge again, trying to get Wilansky to chase. He stays put. 2 balls and 2 strikes the count. It's like, why put a lighthouse there if there's no light?
It makes no sense.
It's like putting a doorbell on that doesn't ring.
It's just it's just a mass out there that you could run into. It's all it is.
It's true. 2-2. Cutter just misses the plate, and we're full at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Really tough take there for Michael Wilansky.
Yeah, it's a gutsy take. It was a close pitch.
Wilansky hitting .407 with the Blue Crabs in 16 games, 4 home runs, 18 RBIs. The 3-2, high and tight, and he takes ball 4 after a long and drawn-out count. Wilansky wins the battle and takes first base as Jared Walker steps into the left-handed batter's box. Here comes Jared Walker, the power-hitting corner infielder that has also shown us he can play some outfield as well of recent. Dakota Freeze working out of the stretch for the first time in this game, and the right-hander on his way. Fastball high and away, and Walker works ahead in the count at a ball and no strikes. Give you the starting lineup for Southern Maryland once more. After Sundberg, Wilansky, and Walker, it'll be David Harris, the designated hitter, Alex Crosby, the third baseman, and Zach Collier, the center fielder. 7-8-9 for Southern Maryland reads as follows as Jared Walker grounds one up the middle. Wilansky's looking to go first to third, and he'll have no problem doing that. Runners on the corners with 1 out as the designated hitter and the cleanup man, David Harris, walks up to the dish.
Yeah, good piece of hitting that time. Doesn't try to do too much with it. Just hits it right back up the middle where it came from. And it's between the shortstop and second baseman for a 1-out single.
Braxton Lee in right field bats 7th. Joe DeLuca, the catcher, bats 8th. And Michael Baca, the shortstop, bats 9th. Let's talk a little bit about the guy that's walking up to the dish right now, Austin. David Harris has been magical all season, really, but in the month of June, he has stood apart from the pack. Give you those numbers. It's really just remarkable.
Yeah, well, David Harris has had a terrific month. You said it already. He's also been injured at times, but his batting average in June at .425.
Unreal.
An on-base streak for David Harris, or hitting streak, I should say, of 4 games. And that last homestand, 9 for 19.
And if there was one thing that you could really pin against David Harris in the 2021 season, it was that he was a little bit of a streaky hitter. When he was good, he was great. But when he wasn't, he struggled. This year, we've seen him put it all together and really bring it out every night. I mean, he's still hitting way over 300 on the season.
Yeah, he is, hitting .342 right now.
Unreal. The 0-2. Ground ball to the third baseman. This could be 2. And it's in time with ease. 5-4-3. The second baseman on that play looks to be a little bit injured, Javier Betancourt. But that's how the Blue Crabs go down in their half of the first. Send into the bottom half when we return on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Patrick Baker, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
When you need a win on the road, don't get left stranded. Make AAA part of your roster, and you'll always have someone on deck ready to get you home. AAA also offers car care, insurance, and travel services, and has stores conveniently located for Blue Crabs fans in Brandywine, Crofton, and Alexandria. Don't forget to ask them about membership discounts for military and first responders. Please visit AAA.com to learn more or to find a AAA location near you.
To the bottom of the first we go here on Staten Island. Andrew Banstra alongside Austin Rooney here on a little bit of a rainy Wednesday night in New York City. Lead things off to the Staten Island FerryHawks with Antoine Duplantis. Batting second, Stephen Alamace with Angel Aguilar batting third. And the man on the mound, Mackenzie Mills, takes the hill. Mackenzie Mills has been nothing short of fantastic in his last 3 starts. Can't say enough good things about this southpaw. This pitch drilled to left center. It'll get over Jack Sundberg's head in left field and down into the turf for a leadoff double from Antoine Duplantis. It's exactly what you're looking for if you're Staten Island to start off this contest. Was just getting into it, but Mackenzie Mills, Austin, has been unbelievable in his last 3 starts. Can you run us through some of those numbers that he's posted of late, and maybe some of his season numbers as well?
Yeah, so he comes into Yeah, so he comes into this game with the best ERA on the Blue Crabs starting pitching staff with 3.38 and a 7-1 record. But his ERA for the month of June is what's really stood out, a 1.21 ERA across his last 3 starts. And his last 2, to be more specific, 15 in the third inning, 7 hits, 1 run.
You could very well make the case that Mackenzie Mills and David Harris deserve the Player and Pitcher of the Month awards in the Atlantic League. I mean, you're talking about a guy in Mills with a sub-1.3 ERA and Harris with a batting average north of 420.
And don't forget about Michael Wolanski, who's hitting nearly 500.
And my vote would be for Wolanski, honestly, now that you say it. But, you know, there's tons of candidates on this Southern Maryland team. And not to mention, Wolanski's on-base streak was extended already in this game with the walk. Showing bunt pulling back is Steven Alamace. It's a called ball, and we're even at a ball and a strike. Southern Maryland got 2 base runners in their half of the first, but with runners on the corners and 1 out, David Harris grounded into a inning-ending double play. Antoine Duplantis led off this inning with a shot to left center. It landed in left center for a double, and he stands in scoring position as we speak. Alamace, no bunt shown. Soft liner to the second baseman, Wolanski, who looks back the runner and fires to first for out number 1. Really good play there by Wolanski, who, Austin, in some ways was helped by the fact that that ball held up a little bit. Duplantis couldn't go on the pitch. Generally, if it's to the right side of the infield, you go right away. You can't in that situation.
Right, he was able, because it was harder hit, he was able to make sure that that there was not going to be a play over at third base, and he held Duplantis to the second base bag, because otherwise he could have thrown to third to get the lead out.
So here's Angel Aguilar with a runner in scoring position. Aguilar steps up to the dish and watches the first pitch go for strike number 1. Foul tip back towards his own dugout, and the count at no balls and 2 strikes. Angel Aguilar, the man up at the dish. Aguilar peaked to the Double-A level, awaiting the Mills delivery. 0-2, beautiful curveball. Swung on and missed. And if you're Mackenzie Mills, coming off 3 fantastic starts, you let off a leadoff double and you're thinking to yourself, is this not my night? Back-to-back fantastic approaches to the 2 and 3 hitter, and now you're in business.
Exactly right. And, you know, there was some question prior to this game whether or not this game was going to get rained out. We saw before the game. I asked him, do you do anything differently at all when it's a rainy night as opposed to a regular night? And your approach, he says, no, he still goes through the same motions, and he seems to have approached batters 2 and 3 with that same mentality.
And what a nice guy. I mean, just you can say that about so many guys on this Blue Crabs team. It's really just a group of awesome dudes, but talk about just a good guy that's willing to just have a conversation and just be a genuinely nice dude.
Yeah, you know, I see him in the hotel pretty frequently, and, you know, I always go up and have a good conversation with him. A great guy, just somebody who's always happy to talk. And, you know, baseball players, some guys who've been at the MLB level, sometimes think, oh, are they so down to earth? And
he is.
He is the most down to earth guy there is out there. He's played as high as Double-A, and, you know, I think that every player in this league is working on something, and I think that if he continues to pitch as well as he has recently, he's got a real shot at getting back there.
I couldn't agree more as he tricks up the cleanup hitter, and Ricardo Cespedes, the center fielder, with the slider away. He fouls that one off and will stay at no balls and 2 strikes. Cespedes, a .259 hitter in this 2022 season. Give you the umpiring crew for tonight's game.
Yeah. So at third base, it's J.B. Torres. Behind the plate, it's John Lamantina, and over at first base, Fred DeJesus.
Beautiful slider away, no chance in making contact on that. Ricardo Cespedes goes down on strikes, and after a leadoff double, Mackenzie Mills absolutely crushes the Staten Island FerryHawks. We're through one here in Staten Island. When we come back, the Blue Crabs back up to the dish on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Patrick Baker, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
American Radiology is the clear choice for all of your medical imaging needs. With locations in Charles and Calvert counties, they offer a full range of imaging services. Some of their latest innovations included 3D mammography and wide-open MRIs for our claustrophobic patients. For your convenience, they even offer extended weekday hours and Saturdays. For more information or to schedule an appointment, visit their website at AmericanRadiology.com.
Into the top of the second we go here on Staten Island. Leading things off in the second inning is Alex Crosby, who takes a fastball high and away for ball number one. Crosby coming up to the dish. A guy we've talked about it time and time again, but he's just so consistent at the plate. A guy that brings it every night. Another fastball high and away, and we'll go to 2 balls and no strikes. Crosby, the third baseman for Southern Maryland, wears number 15 on the back of his red Fairway Independent Mortgage Corporation jerseys. The left-handed hitter awaits the 2-0 from Dakota Freeze. Another fastball high and off the plate. 3 balls, no strikes. You mentioned it, Austin, earlier in the broadcast. Dakota Freeze, a guy that has a pretty low ERA, but against the Blue Crabs earlier this season, he had real command issues. This time a fastball catches the outside corner. 3 balls and a strike the count.
Yeah, and he's had some control issues to get things going today as well. He walked Wilansky.
3-1, chopped back into the protective netting. We're full at 3-2. Wilansky walked in the first. He was singled over to third by Jared Walker before a ground ball double play into the inning. 3 balls, 2 strikes the count. First batter of the top of the second inning here in Staten Island. The payoff pitch jams up Crosby, lofts it into shallow left field. In fact, it'll stay in the infield, and Angel Aguilar will grab it for out number 1. And here comes the walk-up music, Austin. I don't know that we've heard that much of it tonight, but the basically Kids Bop themed walk-up music for the Blue Crabs.
That's being kind. I mean, they're just like kids shows. Like, I don't want to say kids shows.
It's not even Kids Bop, you're right. It's like theme songs.
It's like theme songs from like shows that the target audience is 2 to 5.
When we were 2 to 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically.
Are the 2 to 5-year-old shows new shows nowadays?
I don't know. It's tough to say.
I haven't been up to date on the 2 to 5-year-old shows.
I haven't either. Collier, Zach Collier up to the plate, swings and misses on the second pitch. No balls and 2 strikes the count to the center fielder, who bats from the left side. Collier on the season, a .247 hitter with 5 home runs and 26 RBIs. The 0-2. Swing and a miss, strike number 3. And Dakota Freeze, after starting this inning out with 3 straight balls, has turned things around quickly for 2 quick outs. That brings up Braxton Lee, the right fielder for Southern Maryland, who currently, Austin, we talk about how good he is defensively. He has the longest streak in the Atlantic League right now without an error, 60 straight games. In other words, he hasn't made an error all year.
I will say, it is easier to not commit an error in the outfield than in the infield.
It's true, but to my point, he leads the league by a pretty significant margin in that category. Maybe it's because he's played more games than some. 1-1. But you raise a really good point. It's not that uncommon to see very, very high fielding percentages from an outfielder. The 1-1. Low and inside. 2 balls and a strike. The count to Braxton Lee. Lee, a .292 hitter on the season. Swiped 8 bases on the campaign while knocking in 29. 2 balls and a strike, the count. Dakota Freeze on the way. Well struck to the right side, but well foul. And the count draws even at 2 balls and as many strikes. Lee, the right fielder for Southern Maryland. Bats from the left side with Joe DeLuca waiting on deck should we need it. The 2-2. Chop to the left side. This could be extra bases. Lee sprinting out of the box, and he'll round first, headed for second. Lee, with ease, gets into second standing on a ground ball through the infield. Fantastic speed and a runner in scoring position on a double.
I don't think we give Braxton Lee as much credit as he probably deserves for his speed, because he's usually not at the top of the lineup. He doesn't steal quite as many bases as someone like Jack Sundberg does. But he's got some real wheels. He can run well down that first base line, and this time picks up extra bases.
He was moving there.
He was.
Absolutely moving and grooving from Braxton Lee as Joe DeLuca steps into the left-handed batter's box. Second Blue Crabs hit of this contest, just one for the FerryHawks in an inning of offense.
There's some significant wind tonight, Andrew, blowing toward right field.
There is, and it's also starting – it's still just drizzling, but it seems as though it's picking up a little bit more.
It's almost, as much as anything else, misting.
Yeah, it is. That's a good – it's almost like you're in a steam room.
Yeah. You spend a lot of time in steam rooms, Andrew?
I mean, I think they're nice.
Sauna, steam room. What are you taking?
Steam room.
Yeah.
What about you?
I don't know. I think probably steam room.
I think you sweat a lot more in a steam room. The 1-0. Inside. I also think steam rooms are just – saunas are just like unbearably like desert hot. Whereas at least in a steam room it's like there's humidity, so it almost cools you down a little bit because it's actually like condensation.
Fair enough.
2 balls, no strikes to Joe DeLuca. The pitch. Check swing. Did he go? Yeah, he did, says our third base umpire. DeLuca, a .286 hitter on the season. 4 home runs to accompany 21 RBIs. Dakota Freeze pitching through the rain. Braxton Lee awaits in scoring position. Here with 2 away. 2-1. Swung on, fouled over our heads here in the press box, and we draw even at 2-2. No such thing as a bad night for baseball, Austin, but it's a little bit chilly this evening. I say that because it's always a good night for baseball. Love baseball.
I mean, Andrew, you can love baseball as much as you want, but if it's, below freezing, I'm not sure it's a great night for
That's
baseball.
true. I've played baseball in the snow before.
Was that a great day for baseball?
It was. It was. 2-2. Swung on and missed. Runner stays stranded after the 2-out Braxton Lee double. We're scoreless through 1.5 on Staten Island. Head into the bottom of the second when we return on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Daryl Thompson, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Chick-fil-A of Charles County has been a proud supporter of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs since their inception in 2008. For years, they have sponsored the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, America's prisoners of war and missing in action. In between the second inning of each game, there is a moment of silence brought to you by Chick-fil-A. The Southern Maryland Blue Crabs appreciate and respect not only Chick-fil-A, but all of those that have served our great country. The seat that they sponsor was made possible by Chick-fil-A of Charles County. Thank you so much, and visit any of your Charles County Chick-fil-A locations today.
Take things into the bottom of the second. Andrew Banstra alongside my friend Austin Rooney as we bring you back into Staten Island. Mackenzie Mills back out onto the mountain for his second inning of work. First pitch in the turf, and it's a ball. 1-0 the count. It's Dilson Herrera that'll lead things off for Staten Island. Mariel Batista will bat second as Herrera fans on a fastball. 1-1 the count. Andres Noriega will bat third in this frame. Dilson Herrera, a 109 hitter on the year as he fouls one into the sweets to our right, and the count, a ball and 2 strikes. Things didn't look good for Southern Maryland, at least to start this game. Antoine Duplantis ripped a double to lead off this contest, but Mackenzie Mills set down the FerryHawks in order after that. Southern Maryland lost last night's game, Austin, by a score of 4-1. The Blue Crabs got on top early, but a really good 4th and 5th from Staten Island led to a Blue Crabs non-comeback, which is pretty rare for this team.
The bats were quiet all the way through. That was really the issue for the Blue Crabs. They never got cooking in the later innings. And I think Southern Maryland was looking to get some offense started in those middle innings and into the back innings, and it just never came.
3-2 pitch, misses high and away, and Dilson Herrera's aboard with a walk to lead things off.
A couple of really close pitches there for Mackenzie Mills. Just a little bit low and inside on one of those pitches, and that most recent one a little bit up and away for ball 4.
And that'll bring up Mariel Batista. Batista, number 38, on the back of his white FerryHawks uniform. And for the second straight inning, Staten Island gets their leadoff man aboard. Mentioned it earlier, this is easily, in my opinion, the best view in baseball, but that's being obstructed right now by a ton of fog on the harbor.
You can't see anything right now.
If you didn't know, the entire New York City Manhattan skyline lays right behind the fog on the harbor, but you can't see any of it right now. And that's all right. Not preferred, but it's all right. The pitch, this could be 2. Baca to Wilansky. Wilansky fires to first. 6-4-3. There it is. Southern Maryland picks up their first defensive double play of the contest, and the FerryHawks find themselves with 2 away in the bottom of the second.
That was a ground ball tailor-made for 2. Easy flip to second, on to first, a double play. It's how you write it up. It's how you practice it in spring training. It's how you practice it in IO. And there it is.
And now, Andres Noriega will come up to the plate. Wears number 19 on the back of his jersey. Steps up to the dish, looking to extend this inning for Staten Island. Here's the pitch. First pitch swinging. High in the night sky. Here comes Michael Wilansky in to try to catch it. And he does. Gloves it for out number 3. Putting us through 2 complete innings of scoreless baseball here in Staten Island, New York. We'll be right back with more Blue Crabs baseball when we return on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. Michael Baca leads things off for Southern Maryland as we head into the top of the third. It'll be 9-1-2 for the good guys here in Staten Island. We did have to close the window in between innings. A little bit of rain started creeping through into the broadcast booth. And here's Michael Baca to lead things off against Dakota Freeze. First pitch in there for a called strike against Baca. The shortstop wears number 3 on the back of his red jersey and finds himself batting for the first time in this contest. Baca, a .224 hitter on the season. Sees this pitch miss just a little bit inside, and the count 1-1. Baca hits much better on the road than he does at home. A .295 hitter in 24 games away from the Reagan Waldorf, but at home a .149 hitter in 20 games played.
You know, I think that a lot of that has to do with streaks when he's playing well.
I think so too. That's exactly what I was thinking. As a ground ball is hit to the left side, third baseman gobbles and fires across the infield. Austin, sorry to cut you off.
All I was going to say was just that it was a lot of times you'll see he's in a hot streak and then all of a sudden he continues to hit well on the road. And then, you know, he goes through a bit of a cold spell and he comes home. And I think that's really all it probably adds up to. But it is interesting to see those wildly different splits.
That brings up Jack Sundberg. Sundberg, the leadoff man for Southern Maryland, flew out to the right fielder his first time up. As this ball comes right up, and can you even believe the fact that we just closed the window, Austin? Unbelievable. Austin nearly jumped out of his seat. If that ball didn't, if this window was open still, as it was maybe 2 minutes ago, that breaks our camera. No questions.
Yeah, it does.
I wasn't even looking. I was looking down at my scorecard. I just heard a big, big noise.
Well, it's good they have, what's probably amounts to bulletproof glass here.
Maybe we leave the window shut, huh? Pitch misses inside. A ball and 2 strikes the count to Jack Sundberg.
I would have liked to have seen my reaction time should this window have been open. If I did look down as well for a moment, right at my scorecard, right as that pitch came, and then came up here toward the booth.
The 1-2 in there for a called strike number 3, and Dakota Freeze has 2 away in the 3rd. No, I agree. That was a rocket headed right towards us. And we've talked about it before. I've never had a ball come into the booth. You have caught a couple of balls in the press box area during broadcasts before.
Yeah, at the Reagan Waldorf.
At the Reagan Waldorf. First pitch to Michael Wilansky misses outside, 1-0.
And the sweet level is really the only level you're going to catch a ball headed right toward you, or a ball can come here with some real speed.
Especially at this park.
That's what I was really about to get to.
At the Reg, it's almost impossible in the press box.
It's true. This, because it's so high up, but the netting does not extend all the way up. It extends relatively high, but not all the way up. They have additional netting for the lower rows in those sections, but it does not get all the way up here into the seats.
The 2-0 to Michael Wilansky just touches the outside corner. 2 balls and a strike the count. Really a beautiful stadium here at Staten Island University Hospital Ballpark. This one lofted to the right side. Mario Batista comes in and catches for out number 3. That'll put things into the bottom of the 3rd when we return. A scoreless game here on Staten Island. You're listening to Blue Crabs Baseball on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. Welcome back inside Staten Island, New York. New York City, one of the 5 boroughs, by the way, Austin. These are things that I learned being a Midwesterner coming out to the Big Apple. And this pitch misses inside to Junior Santana. A 2-0 count to the 146 hitting Junior Santana. Bottom of the 3rd action, scoreless game. Fastball high and away. And the count 3-0 for Mackenzie Mills.
Andrew, today was how many times you been in New York City?
3. Fastball high and away. And this pitch will call ball number 4 to Junior Santana. 3 innings pitched for Mackenzie Mills in his 3rd inning pitched, I should say. And he's finding himself here in his 3rd straight inning, allowing the leadoff runner on.
He's now allowed 1 base runner in each of his first 3 innings. Does that include our trip to Staten Island here?
It does.
Okay.
It does. Yes, it does. And that's when I found out it was one of the 5 boroughs.
Oh, you didn't know that prior?
Well, I didn't really know whether it was or wasn't.
Gotcha.
I didn't necessarily think one way or the other.
Are you including your trip to Long Island last year as a trip to New York State?
No. Yes, no. I was saying New York City.
Okay.
Does Long Island count as New York City or no?
No.
No. Well, that makes no sense. Showing bunt, but he pulls back. Won't need it anyways as Junior Santana swipes second base. Seriously, that makes no sense.
What?
It's connected to the other boroughs. Why would it not be part of New York City?
Because New York City is a much smaller area. Long Island is 50 miles long. You want a 50-mile long island to be part of a city?
I mean, this island isn't even connected to New York City.
It's a much smaller island than
It
Long
makes
Island.
0 sense. 0 sense. The 1-1. Outside, it's ball number 2. And, we don't really see control issues being a problem often for Mackenzie Mills. You could maybe attribute it to the drizzling rain that we're seeing here this evening, but he walked one last inning and walked the leadoff man here. 2-1, chopper to the right side. Michael Wilansky fields, throws to the first baseman, Jared Walker, who secures it for out number 1.
Yeah, 1 away now in the 3rd, but Blue Crabs defense and Mackenzie Mills are going to have their hands full as there's a runner on 3rd base with 1 out trying to prevent that run from coming home. And it's Antoine Duplantis who's played some of his best baseball against the Blue Crabs.
You're exactly right. He's a guy that hasn't hit all that well this season, but he's hit really well against Southern Maryland. A .233 hitter on the season that hits above .280 against Southern Maryland. Hits this one well to the left side, but well foul. The FerryHawks have just 1 hit in this contest. It was from Antoine Duplantis, who put a ball for a ride and sent into left center field. Now, Lachlan McGuire said she hopes we see more big boats. There's a boat crossing right now. I don't know that I'd classify it as big compared to some of the ones we've seen, but, I mean, compared to your average boat, it's massive.
You're right. Even the tugboats compared to your average boats are large.
It's true, and I do not understand the whole tugboat situation. The 1-1. Well struck to right field. Braxton Lee's able to get there. He'll come up firing a laser to home plate. This could be in time, but not quite. An absolute missile from the right arm of Braxton Lee. Seconds too late, and a sacrifice fly from Antoine Duplantis puts the first FerryHawks run on the board.
It was a direct throw from right field. No hops. Hit Ryan Haug, or Joe DeLuca, I should say, chest high, but not in time to get the runner from 3rd base.
You're right. He didn't even take a crow hop. I didn't even take that into consideration. Unbelievable. So 1-0 the score. Staten Island on top. Here in the bottom of the 3rd inning as Mackenzie Mills misses outside. When we hand things over to Austin Rooney for the middle innings, I will do my best, Austin, to come up with a trivia question. Wilansky's able to field, and that's out number 3. It's your time right here, so I better get these trivia questions ready.
You better.
I mean, people are counting on me here.
They are. They are certainly counting on you. We'll make sure to get those shout-outs in as well if we haven't gotten them in yet. Please go ahead and put your shout-outs in the YouTube chat. We'll be happy to go ahead and give you a shout-out on air. Always love to hear from our fans on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
We better get to break really quick. I got to do some Googling. We'll see you guys in a second.
This is Matt Latos, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Take things into the top of the fourth inning here in Staten Island. Hand the reins over to Austin Rooney.
Well, thank you, Andrew. It's the top of the fourth inning, and Jared Walker comes to the plate against Dakota Freeze. First pitch, a little bit low for ball one on Jared Walker. 1-0. FerryHawks lead in the top of the fourth inning. As Walker steps back in, he had a single back in the first inning. 1-0 pitch. Big wave and a miss. Count 1 ball and 1 strike.
And I'm still kind of in awe about that ball hitting the window earlier and laughing a little bit about your reaction.
You know, I was awfully surprised. I threw the headset off. I was just like, what happened? 1-1 pitch. That was inside. Count 2 balls and 1 strike now on the lefty Walker. It is very fun to watch the baseball game, and then in between pitches, take a look out onto the harbor here and see which new boat has decided to pass by.
That's a big tugboat right there.
2-1, wave and a miss, a breaking ball low and out of the zone from Freeze, count 2-2. It is, it's got a big M on it as well. I'm not sure what the M is referring to.
I couldn't tell you.
Now, a lot of our fans seem to know quite a bit about these large boats, these shipping boats that pass by. 2-2 delivery, up and away. Count 3 balls and 2 strikes. Andrew, some of them seem to even know where some of these places come from, like the flag they fly under, and all sorts of different information about them.
Yeah, they do. I'm learning every single day. Now, I do have a trivia question for you. I'd like to toss a couple towards our fans throughout the
3-2 pitch, a big wave and a miss. Jared Walker goes down with a strikeout. It's the 4th strikeout of the day from Dakota Freeze. He's thrown 53 pitches through 3 1/3.
My trivia question, Austin, is going to be, so we're sitting right here on the port of New York and New Jersey, the East Coast's largest port. They move a ton of containers over the course of the year. My question is, how many?
Wow, how many containers are moved out of the Port of New York?
That's right.
Okay. I'm going to do some math here, and we're going to try to get this
All right.
going. The question really is, how many are on one of those ships?
Well, that's for you to decide. Please let us know. We're going to do a couple of these trivia questions, so let's do the answer in the bottom of the next inning.
0-1 pitch, swinging a high fly ball, right field, sends the right fielder Bautista over to the wall, but he runs out of room in the count. 1-0 balls and 2 strikes. 1 away in the top of the 4th, 1-0 Staten Island. They scored that run on a sacrifice fly to right field. Braxton Lee threw a bullet to the plate, but a little bit late as the Staten Island FerryHawks have scored the game's only run. It was Junior Santana scoring from third. 0-2 pitch, a little bit low and away, count 1-2. And we've also redefined what's a big boat.
It's true.
1-2 pitch. That's away. Count 2 balls and 2 strikes.
I mean, these cargo boats, Austin, aren't just big boats. They're literal, the size of cruise ships.
Oh, bigger than that even.
Yeah, I would agree. I would agree.
2-2 pitch. Wave and a miss. Strike 3. David Harris goes down on strikes. There are 2 away. Back-to-back strikeouts from Dakota Freeze, and there are 2 outs in the top of the 4th. Brings up Alex Crosby.
I'm not even going to do this as a trivia question. This is just a side note because you think to yourself, just a small boat you could take out on the water would be really expensive. The average cost of one of those big shipping boats is $10 million.
Whoa.
Or you can buy one used for $3.7 million. What a deal. What a deal. Take that bad boy out for a spin.
I'm going to give you all a trivia question as well. What's the average speed of a cargo shipping boat? 0-1 pitch, swinging a line drive toward right field. It's the right fielder Bautista there. He takes a couple of steps in and makes the catch for the final out. A pair of strikeouts from Dakota Freeze, paired with the line out to right, and the Blue Crabs down in order in the top of the 4th inning. It's 1-0 Staten Island as we go to the bottom of the 4th. We are back in the bottom of the 4th inning. First pitch from Mackenzie Mills is a swinging strike on Angel Aguilar as he goes fishing for a pitch low in the dirt. Blue Crabs no runs on 2 hits through 3.5 innings. For the FerryHawks, no runs on, or 1 run on 1 hit, I should say. This one, a hard hit ball over towards shortstop. Michael Baca fields and throws wildly to first base. He had a play. Could have gotten Angel Aguilar should that throw have been online, but instead was well wide of the bag, and there's 1 on with 1 out.
Yeah, it looked like from my vantage point that Michael Baca thought he wasn't going to have time unless he rushed the throw. Obviously, we could see up here that he would have had some time, but the errant throw allows the runner to reach base.
So 1 on with nobody out as Ricardo Cespedes digs in. On a cloudy evening with fog in the background, Mackenzie Mills tosses over to first base. One on, nobody out. I'm thinking about that question you asked about He pitched this one, line drive toward right field. Braxton Lee comes up throwing to second base, not quite in time to get the lead runner, Angel Aguilar, as he punches one into right for a base hit. So 2 on and nobody out. And that brings up Dilson Herrera, who is the lone former big leaguer in this lineup, but it's been a tough go for him through over just under a month of play.
Let's talk a little bit about the magic number, Austin. The magic number 2 right now. Now, Southern Maryland either needs a win today or tomorrow or both to at least solidify a chance of clinching in this series. The magic number combines of 1 Blue Crabs win or 1 Ducks loss. Could be 2 Ducks losses or 2 Blue Crabs wins. But to clinch in this series, that's what needs to happen.
First pitch to Herrera, called strike on the outside corner. Count 0-1. Two on and nobody out. 0-1 pitch. A little bit upstairs and away. And the count 1 ball and 1 strike. The Blue Crabs have a bit of a jam they're working through here in the bottom of the 4th. 1-1 pitch. That's low and in. Count 2-1. Well, now Mackenzie Mills has found himself in trouble with 2 on and nobody out, and behind in the count now, 2 balls and 1 strike.
I got to tell you something about Dakota Freeze. He's from Cedar Rapids, Iowa originally, which is obviously a pretty good connection to myself, being an Iowa guy. He also went to DMAC, Des Moines Area Community College, which is in Des Moines.
Well, there you go. 2-1 pitch. A little bit low on the count, 3-1. Did you know him prior to coming here?
I did not, and he's been really good when he's been on the mound this evening. Mills has been really good as well, but right now with a 3-1 count, you really got to get one across.
Well, Andrew, you know what's here right now?
What's that?
Nicotlea ace.
It is.
3-1 pitch, high fly ball, shallow left center field, long run. It's going to be Sundberg who's under it and makes the catch for the first out. Jack Sundberg and Zach Collier give each other an air high 5.
And you may need to explain what you just said to me a little bit more.
Which one?
About the boat.
The Nicotlea ace?
Yes. I know we talked about it last night.
Okay, well, for those of you who were with us last night, our trivia question was about this ship. It flies under the Japanese flag, and it is a car transportation ship. And this thing is massive.
I gotta say, it's not as big as some of the ones we've seen, though.
We've seen even larger ships. We really have.
But that one's huge.
First pitch is low and away, and the count 1 ball and no strikes. It's Manuel Bautista who steps in from the right side. I think they should give you a new car if you hit the ship.
I would think so. That's a great advertisement. Just drop it right off the boat.
1-0 pitch, big swing and a miss. As the upstairs fastball gets Bautista a swing. Now I've heard that it's only happened on extremely rare occasion that batters actually hit it into the harbor.
Yeah, our colleague Johnny Wincott with the FerryHawks was telling us only once this season.
Yep. And potentially it hasn't happened more than a couple of times in franchise history back with the Staten Island Yankees.
Yeah, it's true. I would have to think it happens more often than that, personally. Would you think or no?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, balls hit to deep right center field. And there is, just to give you some reference there, a little bit of grass, maybe 10 feet, 15 feet of grass, and then there's a 10-foot road, 15-foot road, and then there's another 15-foot boardwalk. So you're looking about 50 feet behind the the wall, and it's about a 350-foot wall, 360. So you're looking at 410, 420 is what you need to hit.
And Jared Walker hit one 438 last week.
Right. So it's a lot. There's some real distance there it needs to cover, but it can happen. 1-1 foul back, count 1 ball and 2 strikes with 2 on and 1 out. Aguilar from second, Cespedes from first. Aguilar, who reached on a throwing error by Michael Baca, stands at second base. 1-2. Swinging a high fly ball, deep center field, sends Collier back to the warning track at the wall, and one hops the wall. Aguilar scores from second. They wave around Cespedes. He'll score. This one gets away temporarily from Wolanski. Throw to third is in time. It's a 2 RBI double, but he's out at third. And the Staten Island FerryHawks have a 3-0 lead.
A really good piece of hitting there from Staten Island, but a really good play in center too here by Michael Wolanski, picking up and firing. You know, we say a lot of good things about him. He's got quite the arm for a second baseman as well.
He plays shortstop quite a bit too. Well, there's nobody on now and 2 outs, but Staten Island has posted 3 runs through the first 3 2/3 innings. For Mackenzie Mills, he'll only be charged with 2 earned runs. But either way, not the start he was looking for, having allowed 2 runs here in the 4th. Blue Crabs have their work cut out for them at the plate. This one swinging a ground ball, third base side, directly under the glove of Alex Crosby, one that he probably wants back. So it's a 2-out base runner for the FerryHawks. Andrew, if you're going to vote, is that a hit or is that an error?
I think it's an error, but I'll tell you what exactly happened with Alex Crosby right there. A guy that plays on grass all the time. Anytime a ball is riding up on you like it just did on Crosby, where it bounces about 4 or 5 feet on a hot shot, your natural inclination, no matter how many times you played on turf, is to pull your glove up a little bit. When it's coming in that hot, you expect it to bounce. When it's on turf, it doesn't bounce the same, so oftentimes you'll see it just skid on the turf and go under somebody's glove. Tough play there, can't blame him too much.
Well, it's going to go down as a hit.
Is it?
This one, swinging a ground ball over towards short, fielded by Michael Baca about knee-high, and he tosses to second base for the lead out and the final out here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Well, the Staten Island FerryHawks pick up 2 runs on 3 hits at the end of 4. It's a 3-0 FerryHawks lead. The Blue Crabs need their bats to come alive. Stick with us. Well, Staten Island had their bats come alive in the bottom of the 4th. They picked up 2 runs on 3 hits. They lead this one 3-0. Let's see if the Blue Crabs bats can return the favor. 6, 7, and 8 come to the plate. The first pitch is a called strike on Zach Collier. And the count, no balls and 1 strike on the lefty. Well, we hope we were able to show you that boat that passed by, the massive one, the Cattleya Ace. 0-1, that one swinging a line drive, right field side, over the glove of the first baseman, Junior Santana, as Collier applies the brakes after he rounds first. It's a leadoff single for the center fielder, Zach Collier. So 1 on and nobody out. In the top of the 5th, the Blue Crabs trailing by 3. And here comes Braxton Lee. The ability to have Collier at 6, Lee at 7, DeLuca at 8. It's almost as if 3 of your top players are at the bottom of your lineup.
It's unfair, and it's an embarrassment of riches for Southern Maryland, an embarrassment that we'll gladly continue to take.
Shows bunt, tries the bunt third base side, a long run for the catcher Noriega, who can't get there. We've seen a couple of bunt attempts today that have traveled long distances. That one was about 50 feet. The one to Jared Walker came up and almost hit us. It actually came and hit the glass right in front of us in the broadcast booth. 1 on and nobody out. Braxton Lee's batting average up to .295 on the season. Shows bunt again. It's a bunt right in front of home plate. Noriega fields, throws to first. It's not in time. A bunt single from Braxton Lee. And there are 2 on with nobody out for the Blue Crabs. It's surprising they couldn't field that properly. He showed bunt on the pitch prior. You would have thought they'd be ready for it. By the time Noriega got there, though, the throw to first was late.
It was a really, really good bunt, and I'll tell you exactly what happened. It had a fair amount of backspin on it, so when it was hit, it looked like it was going to go right to the pitcher. The catcher kind of backed up. Noriega said, "It's probably yours." The backspin, almost like a golf ball, made it just sit in place. All of a sudden, it's Noriega's ball, and by that point, Braxton Lee is off to the races.
Collier from second, Lee from first. With nobody out in the top of the 5th, it's Joe DeLuca who steps in. He shows bunt, third base side. It's foul. This is a Blue Crabs team that bunts a lot, Andrew.
They absolutely are, and I'm okay with that, especially in a situation like this. Now, there is something to say about the fact that you've got DeLuca, one of your better hitters, and Baca on deck. There is something to say about that. Maybe let him swing away, but it's up for debate.
2 on, nobody out. The Blue Crabs have a runner on second base as well. If you can move him over to third base with 1 out, then you can at least trade around with an out with a run and cut the deficit to 2. The pitcher, Dakota Freeze, steps off and looks Collier back to the bag. Much better second start against the Blue Crabs so far through 4 innings of work from Freeze. We'll get to his last start after this pitch. It's another bunt from DeLuca. He can't get it down, goes all the way to the netting behind home plate.
DeLuca's a really good bunter, generally. Somebody that even bunts for hits from time to time. A little bit surprised to not see him get that one down.
On Dakota Freeze's last appearance, went 4 2/3 innings, 6 hits, 6 runs, 5 walks. Freeze set, gets a sign from Noriega with 2 on and nobody out. Here's the pitch, low and in. Noriega blocks it. The count, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Today, Freeze has allowed 4 hits. He's walked 1, struck out 5 through 4 innings of work. Dakota Freeze has allowed 2 base runners in this inning, 2 of the 5, and 2 of his 4 hits. Joe DeLuca trying to advance him, but behind in the count, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Here's the pitch, big wave and a miss. Second strikeout of the day from Joe DeLuca, who struggled here in this series against Staten Island.
Yeah, he has. A guy that really was absolutely scorching hot about 3 days after being signed to the Blue Crabs, coming back down to earth a little bit as another massive ship crosses, which brings us back to our trivia question, Austin.
Okay, so I'm just going to take a look at that. I'd imagine, though, again, I don't know.
The question...
Well, I know.
Let me repeat for the fans. The question, how many of those containers move out of this particular port, the biggest in the U.S. each year?
As the first pitch is away for ball one on Michael Baca, I'm going to guess there are about 1,000 containers on that ship.
Okay.
Okay. Now, I think that there are probably 10,000 ships that come in and out of here.
In a year?
In a year. So I'm going to say maybe 10 million containers come in and out.
You're not that far. Well, yeah, actually, you kind of are. I was reading wrong. It's 4 million is the answer, which is a little lower than I would have guessed, to be honest with you. They also say they move 7 million TEUs per year. Couldn't tell you what that means.
Well, combined, that's 11 million. That makes it pretty darn close. The 1-1 pitch is a little bit low and away, and that's count 2-1.
No, I think the TEUs is a type of unit used to describe the amount of cargo moved out of the port.
Oh, okay.
And then it says in parentheses, over 4 million containers.
I see. Well, I guess 10 million. I'm not that far off. I could have
4
guessed
million,
billions.
10 million.
I could have guessed billions or hundreds of millions.
I probably would have guessed like 50 million at least.
2-1 pitch, way up and in on Baca. And it may have hit him. It did hit him on the elbow. The bases are loaded now with 1 out. Well, Michael Baca earns a walk. And Jack Sundberg will come to the plate. Now let's see if we need to check our YouTube chat to see if we have any new comments from some of our fans about this. Any answers to our trivia question? Andrew, have you seen anything?
Let me give it a look. We'll do that right now. I haven't seen anything on the Facebook end. And let's give it a glance.
It's a 3-0 lead. The first pitch to Jack Sundberg is low. 3-0 lead for the FerryHawks, I should specify. Bases are loaded. It's Collier from third. It's Lee from second. Over on first base, Michael Baca.
Well, we've got J.D. West in the comments. He's one of our host families. Thank you for listening. Thank you for being a host family.
1-0 pitch, called strike at the bell, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike. We have Wes Mumper, Multi-Apples, Luis Montgomery, and Lachlan McGuire, who wants to see another big boat. Well, Lachlan, you've seen a few already. We hope you've enjoyed getting a look at the massive boats that cross by here. 1-1 pitch. That's low, and the count 2 balls and 1 strike.
Shout out to Bob Maher watching on the Facebook chat. Joey Molina also checking in. He asked, did Mills pitch? Yes, he did. He started this game, and he's still on the mound for the Blue Crabs. You'll see him in the next half inning.
Count 2-1. Here is the pitch. That's inside. Count 3 balls and 1 strike. We talked about Dakota Freeze not having all that many control issues, but now behind in the count 3-1 with the bases loaded and 1 out. It's a pitch that Jack Sundberg could take advantage of. If it's in the strike zone, you'd have to think Freeze is thinking, I have to throw a strike here. 3-1 pitch. Called strike on the inside corner. You could tell Sundberg wasn't a huge fan of the call.
And Sundberg's a guy that has fantastic plate vision, so generally I tend to side with him, but it's tough to say.
3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. The bases are loaded for the Blue Crabs in the top of the 5th. Freeze is set. Wind blowing out toward left field. A 3-2 pitch, foul back, and the count remains 3-2. And we welcome everybody into our broadcast, whether you're a fan of the FerryHawks or the Blue Crabs. We understand that some of the FerryHawks fans come on over here to get a look at the video here on our broadcast, and we always appreciate them joining us on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. A big moment in this ball game. Here is the 3-2 pitch. Line drive, hard hit, third base side foul. Over toward the Blue Crabs bullpen. I beg your pardon, that's the Staten Island bullpen.
And a really brilliant plate approach right now from Jack Sundberg not only do you know that Dakota Freeze is laboring out there on the mound right now, you know he's struggling to find the zone. So when he does, if you don't like it on a 3-2 pitch, spoil it away and make him prove that he can get it in the zone again.
8th pitch of the at-bat upcoming to Jack Sundberg. With the bases loaded and 1 out. Blue Crabs looking to get 3 runs back. 3-2 pitch. Swinging a line drive. Center field straight away. Cespedes takes a couple steps towards left center and makes the catch. Tagging from third, Zach Collier. And the Blue Crabs are on the board in the top of the 5th. A sacrifice fly from Jack Sundberg, and this is a 3-1 ball game. Sundberg didn't get a great piece of hitting there. He had a solid line drive, but not enough to get a base hit. Instead, though, the Blue Crabs exchange a run with an out. Would not be surprised to see a double steal here with 2 outs. The Blue Crabs have tried that maneuver a few times.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, and I think it would make a ton of sense right here.
Michael Wolanski at the plate. While he's 0 for his last 4, he's hit very well in general over the last couple of weeks. First pitch called strike on the outer edge of the count 0-1. So it's Braxton Lee from second base, Michael Baca from first, and Braxton Lee's got a lot of speed over there at second. The Blue Crabs can put 2 in scoring position, though. A base hit could tie the ball game. 0-1 pitch, fouled back, count 0-2. A little bit chilly, a little bit windy on a Wednesday night on Staten Island, looking out over the New York Harbor. Can't quite see the New York skyline, barely see parts of the Statue of Liberty through the fog. 0-2 pitch, swinging a chopper, fair territory. Freeze picks it up, fires to first. It gets by the first baseman, Santana. Scoring from third, it's Braxton Lee advancing. Now it's the ball's thrown past the pitcher, Freeze, diving home safely, Baca. It's 2 runs that come around and score. It's a tie ball game, and it's error after error for Staten Island, and all of a sudden the Blue Crabs are saying that the next run should come across as well, as the ball went out of play.
That's the thing. I don't necessarily know from my vantage point that I think it did. Did you think it went to the dugout? I thought it hit the netting. And
I thought it hit the netting of the dugout as well. And now Eddie Butler's coming out here to argue. I'm not sure what Eddie Butler has to do with this at all. He pitched yesterday, unless he's been thrown out of the ball game. Did you see him get thrown out?
I didn't see him get thrown out of the ball game. He does appear to be very unhappy with the call, and now Stan Clyburn's going to intervene.
And now Stan Clyburn is going to have a conversation with the umpires. Your umpires today, it's John Lamantina behind the plate, Fred DeJesus at first, and J.B. Torres at third.
And now Darryl Thompson playing peacekeeper, and he'll come intervene. Now Stan Clyburn would also like to have a conversation.
So the question is whether that ball went out of play. If it did, it could allow Wolanski to come in and score from third base and let him go all the way around the bases here. As of right now, 2 runs score for the Blue Crabs. This game's tied at 3. And now the umpires are going to get together. And I think they're going to decide whether or not Wolanski's coming home. I'd imagine the call on the field is going to stand here. I'm not sure the arguing can do much.
I would tend to agree. Oftentimes, I'm of the opinion that an argument is not going to change the umpire's ruling more than anything, because the other umpires, just by a rule of code, generally don't overrule their fellow umpires.
Unless they clearly saw that the call was completely wrong.
No, it's true. It's true.
And I think they got the call on the field right.
I tend to agree. Now, they're on field level. They have a little bit better vantage point.
But either way, Michael Wolanski is not going to be credited with a couple of RBIs, but 2 runs score On his ground ball to the right side, it forced a quick throw from Dakota Freeze and allowed 2 runs to score. Braxton Lee was on second base, Michael Baca on first, and Baca held up at third base until the throw from the right fielder Junior Santana got past the catcher Andres Noriega, which forced the pitcher Dakota Freeze to go back and get it. And so either way, the call remains. So a runner on third base with 2 outs. 3 runs in the inning here for the Blue Crabs. 2 on that last play. It's a tie ball game at 3, and Jared Walker comes to the plate. Walker looking to drive in that run. First pitch called strike. As they say, ball don't lie. If he gets a base hit here, I guess Wolanski probably should have scored anyway.
I would tend to agree.
Do I strike you as someone who would say ball don't lie?
You don't. You don't. That's why I rolled my eyes at you right after you said it.
The pitch, that one's low, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike now on Walker.
Now you can make out a little bit of the skyline. I'm kind of assuming that on the broadcast you can't see it. I wouldn't think, but we can see a little bit of the skyline.
Runner on third base, 2 outs. Tie ball game in the top of the 5th. Jared Walker at the plate. 1-1 pitch. That's low. Count 2 balls and 1 strike. You make a good point about the skyline there, and the fog starting to lift. And you can see the Staten Island Ferry coming through toward the right field side. You can see the Statue of Liberty from the right side of that ferry, if you ever have the chance to go out there and take that. The 2-1 pitch called strike. Count 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs in a 3-3 ball game with a runner on third. Dakota Freeze has stumbled here in the 5th. No action in either bullpen, though. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. He gets Jared Walker swinging at a pitch low in the dirt. The Blue Crabs score 3. They've tied the game in the top of the 5th inning. We go to the bottom of the 5th. You're listening to Blue Crabs Baseball on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. bottom of the fifth inning. It's a 3-3 ball game. First pitch from Mackenzie Mills on Javier Betancourt. Called strike at the belt on the count 0-1. Let's run through the line so far from Mackenzie Mills. He's gone 4 innings. And this one swinging a high fly ball, deep left field, back to the warning track at the wall. This one's out of here. Solo home run over the Joe Tyrone team sign. And it is a 4-3 lead for the Hawks. Think at Regency Furniture Stadium that runs probably off the mini monster, but here in Staten Island, the walls are in at the corners, and it's a solo shot for Javier Betancourt. And Antoine Duplantis, who's had a terrific game thus far, will step in. He had an RBI double in last night's game, had just a regular double in this one back in the first inning. Got things started and then drove in a run on a sacrifice fly in the third. First pitch is tap foul, first base side. 0-1. That's a little bit low and away. Count 1-1. And considering how well Mackenzie Mills has pitched in the last few outings, Andrew, I think a lot of times it seems as though he would come out here and pitch another gem. It's been a little bit more tough sledding for him, though, as the 1-1 pitch is a little away.
Yeah, it absolutely has. And you look at a guy, like you said, in Mackenzie Mills, who in June, in 3 starts, was 3-0 with a 1.21 ERA. Every once in a while, you might not get rocked, but it might be an off start.
2-1 pitch. High fly ball, left field, sails deep, and it's Sundberg back in front of the warning track where he makes the catch for the first down. Well hit ball the other way by Antoine Duplantis, who has solid opposite field power. Also has the record for the most hits in LSU baseball history.
Which is an awesome stat. In my opinion, not the best LSU-related stat in the Atlantic League right now, but an awesome stat.
Well, let's clarify. What is the best LSU stat in the Atlantic League?
Well, the High Point Rockers' Jared Mitchell won a... Mitchell. Jared Mitchell won a NCAA championship in baseball, was the MVP of the College World Series, and won an NCAA championship in football while he was at LSU. Played for both teams.
It's extremely impressive. What an athlete. Bunting for a base hit to the first base side. Reyes. Mills fields the flip to first is in time, and there are 2 away. Alfredo Reyes has that kind of speed where you bunt and you show bunt, you tell everybody you're bunting, and you say, I'm still going to try it. And he nearly beat it out. Brings up Angel Aguilar. Well, Angel Aguilar, a right-handed hitter, digs in from the right side. A one-run lead for the FerryHawks. 5-4 in the bottom of the fifth, or 4-3, I should say. Getting a little bit ahead of myself. It might be 5-4 at some point. Not right now. First pitch is low and away. Count 1 ball and no strikes. Clouds continue to move toward left field tonight. Mackenzie Mills reties the laces on his shoes. The 1-0 pitch is fouled off the back of his right cleat in the count. 1 ball and 1 strike now on Angel Aguilar. Aguilar 0 for 2. He struck out swinging and he reached on an error, came around to score back in the fourth. 1-1 pitch. That's away. Count 2-1. 2 balls and 1 strike with 2 outs in the bottom of the fifth inning. Flags waving out toward left field. The 2-1 pitch is low and in. Count 3 balls and 1 strike. Let's see. I mean, the weather yesterday wasn't all that great here in the New York area. The weather today certainly hasn't been terrific. It's not any better in Waldorf, though. This game will be rained out in Southern Maryland. The 3-1 pitch, ground ball through the left side. It's a base hit. There's one on with 2 outs in the bottom of the 5th inning. Tomorrow, more clouds, Andrew. There's no rain in the forecast tomorrow, though.
Yeah, it's true, and we knew coming into this one, games 1 and 2 of the series, we're most likely going to at least have some sort of impact by the weather. Tomorrow, though, no rain in the forecast, so we can at least be happy about that.
High of 74, low of 64. And right when we leave on Friday, it's terrific weather. From the 60s to the 80s. First pitch is low and away for ball 1 on Ricardo Cespedes. In Waldorf this weekend, temperatures should also be solid. Low 80s to upper 80s. 1-0 pitch, low and away, count 2-0. One on, 2 outs. A 1-run lead for the FerryHawks. Number of different ferries coming and going here in New York. 2-0 pitch, that's low. Count 3-0. Mackenzie Mills is having some control issues here tonight. For Mills, he has gone 4 2/3 innings. He has walked 2, struck out 2, but has fallen behind in the count. As the 3-0 pitch is outside, it's ball 4. I'm not sure that over at first base, Angel Aguilar had any idea, but now he heads over to second base. 2 on, 2 out as Cespedes reaches on a walk. And that brings up Dilson Herrera. Herrera 0 for 1 today. He walked back in the second. He flied to left in the 4th. First pitch is away for ball 1. Count 1 ball and no strikes. He's hitting just 106 on the season.
Yeah, and like you said, the lone MLB veteran on the roster, so you'd expect a little bit more out of this guy, but he remains firmly planted in the cleanup spot.
I think that for Edgardo Alfonso, having a big leaguer in that spot makes sense.
I agree.
As the 1-0 was a strike, the 1-1 offering now, awfully close, but maybe a little bit outside. And the count 1 ball and 2 balls and 1 strike now on Aguilar. Mills looking to get out of this inning without any more damage done. 4-3 Staten Island. The solo home run back at the start of the inning gave them the lead. 2-1, that's outside. Count 3-1. Tonight, 39 strikes and 30 balls thrown across 69 pitches for Mackenzie Mills. Herrera at the plate. Cespedes at first. Aguilar at second. 3-1 pitch. That's low and in. It's ball 4. I would venture to guess you might see a meeting at the mound. Maybe some action start to get going as Daryl Thompson walks out to have a chat with Mackenzie Mills. Trying to salvage this 5th inning, Andrew.
Yeah, you're exactly right, and it looks like we do have some action in that Blue Crabs bullpen as we speak. But if you're Stan Kleibert and Daryl Thompson, at the very least, you'd like to see 5 full through for Mackenzie Mills to keep that double hook designated hitter intact.
I could see someone like Bradley Roney entering this game. So the bases are loaded with 2 outs. Mackenzie Mills has allowed 4 runs, just 3 earned though across 4 2/3 innings.
And it looks like it's Patrick Baker up and throwing in the Blue Crabs bullpen, as you can see on your screen right now.
Now Patrick Baker has had a terrific season so far for the Blue Crabs, has the lowest ERA on this pitching staff, either bullpen or starters.
And Mills is going to have to go out of the stretch here after the little bit of a tease job over there at third.
I do wonder if that affects him at all, because he was pitching quite well without runners in scoring position or runners on base. The first pitch now, a called strike. And the count 0-1.
Yeah, you got to think that it does, like you said, just based off of the performance that we've seen here today.
So Herrera on first, Cespedes on second, Aguilar from third, bases loaded, 2 outs. 0-1 pitch, check swing, they motion down to first base, and Fred DeJesus says he went around. The count 0-2. These umpires in Staten Island are happy to put that fist up in the air to say that he went around on a check swing. We saw it quite a bit yesterday and even more today. No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. The pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Mario Bautista goes down on strikes. It's the Blue Crabs who get out of the 5th inning after allowing just 1 run. Staten Island strands 3 at the end of 5. It's 4-3, FerryHawks. Oh, Blue Crabs got 3 runs back in the top of the 5th to tie it, but the FerryHawks went ahead 4-3 on a leadoff home run from Javier Betancourt in the bottom of the 5th. They lead it 4-3. First pitch to David Harris is up and away for ball 1. Dakota Freeze back out on the mound for his 6th inning of work. So far his line tonight, he's allowed 3 runs on 4 hits with 2 walks. 1-0 pitch, big wave and a miss. Count 1 ball and 1 strike. Mackenzie Mills hasn't had his best stuff tonight, Andrew. Last time out, he was terrific. This whole month of June, he has an ERA just a little over 1 as the 1-1 pitch. Called strike on the inner half, and the count 1 ball and 2 strikes.
You're exactly right, he has. And we do actually have an update on Mackenzie Mills. One of those runs that he allowed did get changed to unearned. So 4 runs, 3 earned through 5 innings.
Yeah, the 1-2 pitch now is tap foul, third base side. What's really hurt him, though, has been the combination of hits and walks. 6 hits, 4 walks over 5 innings, 10 base runners.
It's true. You nailed it on the head.
They've also gotten to him across 3 innings. 1 in the 3rd, 2 in the 4th, and 1 in the 5th. 1-2 pitch, big swing and a miss. David Harris goes down on a high fastball, and there's one away. And see on your screen the Staten Island Ferry continue to coming in and going on that right field side. It's a terrific orange ferry, which is why one of the team colors here in Staten Island is orange. This one swinging a ground ball, takes a weird deflection off of second base into left field. It's a base hit from Alex Crosby on the first pitch he sees. And there is one on with one out. It was going to be a difficult play already for the second baseman and shortstop, Almace and Aguilar.
We talk about it quite frequently, Austin. Alex Crosby's a guy that's going to bring you something towards a win every single day. There it was right here.
Had a 10-game hitting streak, followed it up with a 9-game hitting streak. First pitch to Zach Collier is low, and the count 1 ball and no strikes. Collier will be followed by Braxton Lee in the top of the 6th inning. Lee 2 for 2, his batting average to a season-high 299.
How about it?
Right on the verge of 300. 1-0 pitch. Tap foul, first base side, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike. You'd have to think for Braxton Lee, batting average like that might get him called right back to AAA where he was last season.
Yeah, it's true, and he started off slow this season, but if you look at the numbers, after that short slump, they're even way better than 300. Going to get you those in a moment.
Count 1 ball and 1 strike on Collier. Lee on deck with the Blue Crabs trailing by 1. Top of the 6th inning. 1-1 pitch. Big swing and a miss. Count 1-2. Braxton Lee hit .237 across the 3 leagues last year. With 1 on and 1 out. The pitch, that one's low in the dirt. The count, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Well, the Blue Crabs will send Darryl Thompson to the mound tomorrow as they go back to the top of the rotation. After Mills went earlier tonight, I wouldn't be surprised to see him go back out for the 6th. The 2-2 pitch is low and in. The count 3-2. What about you, Andrew?
And I would tend to think that is what's going to happen more than anything because we saw Patrick Baker warming up, and now we see no action in Southern Maryland's bullpen.
And again, he's only allowed 3 earned runs through 5 innings. He pitches another couple strong innings here. He could end up with what ends up being a relatively solid night.
It's true. I mean, even a quality start is very much in the equation.
1 more inning would be a quality start. 3-2, swing and a miss, strike 3. Meanwhile, the runner goes, throw down to second's a little bit late. And so now a runner on second base with 2 outs as Alex Crosby swipes the bag. Alex Crosby, not someone who steals a ton of bases. But so far this year, he is 7 for 7.
Yeah, and he was 6 for 9 all year last year. And here we are in the first half, and he already surpasses his 2021 total. If you're Alex Crosby and you can hit 300, most likely get up around 10, 12, 15 home runs in a season and also swipe 20 bases, that's probably a good calling card to try to get your way into affiliated baseball.
You'd think, right? I mean, he hit 13 home runs last season, drove in almost 70 RBIs.
All while hitting .318 at the dish.
All right. Well, Braxton Lee will step in from the left side. Alex Crosby having a quick conversation with Stephen Almace over at second base.
You got to wonder sometimes, what do you talk about with an opposing teammate at any level? Maybe it's just small talk.
I'd imagine it's the smallest of talks.
I would think so. But they seem to be relatively engaged right now.
How's the family doing? Oh, it's doing pretty well.
Yeah, it's true. But if you don't know the family, that becomes an issue.
First pitch to Braxton Lee is up and in. Count 1 ball and no strikes.
You mentioned it, Lee here has the chance to surpass the 300 mark for the first time this season.
Yeah, he's been at 299 on one other occasion. 1-0 pitch. Ground ball softly hit towards second base. Fielded by Almasi. It has an underhand flip to first, and that ends the top of the 6th inning. Blue Crabs pick up one hit. They strand one at the end of 5.5. It's the Blue Crabs who trail 4-3. We go to the bottom of the 6th on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. We join you back in the bottom of the 6th inning. Andres Noriega steps in. First pitch a little bit low on the count, 1 ball and no strikes. It is Mackenzie Mills who returns to the mound in the bottom of the 6th inning. Well, the rain has stopped, and the window back open. 1-0 pitch, swinging a line drive, left center field, a diving play, and it's Jack Sundberg who reels it in. Did he drop? No, it did not. He is out. And there is one away in the bottom of the 6th inning as the third base umpire, J.B. Torres, for a moment pointed toward the ground area. I thought that he might have called him safe at second base, but no. A terrific catch, in fact, out in left field from Jack Sundberg.
Terrific.
First pitch is away for ball 1 on Junior Santana. Not Junior, it is Junior, spelled with a Y. And the 1-0 pitch, that's away. Count 2 balls and no strikes. Junior Santana from San Pedro, Dominican Republic. 2-0, big wave and a miss. Count 2 balls and 1 strike. This team has a strong presence from both the Dominican Republic and Venezuela. 6 players from the Dominican Republic on the FerryHawks. 2-1 pitch. One was just off, was actually in the strike zone. It was tough to tell whether the home plate umpire Sean Lamantina called a strike. Now the 2-2 pitch. Swinging it. Oh, called strike 3. Oh, my. It's back-to-back outs from Mackenzie Mills. First the line out to left center, And then strike three looking on Junior Santana as Javier Betancourt will step in. Betancourt got all the action started. Was back in the fifth inning. He scored the lone run in that inning with a solo shot to left. First pitch way outside, gets away from Joe DeLuca. Javier Betancourt acts as if he's going to run, and then he's not going anywhere. And we have not seen the steal of first base much this season at all.
No, we really haven't. In a Blue Crabs game, we really haven't seen it at all. There's been a couple across the league.
There have been. 1-0 pitch. That's away. Count 2 balls and no strikes, especially considering that it's now a base hit.
It's true. A base hit.
It is.
And getting back to your earlier point, I think a lot of the Venezuelan players most likely come to this team just because you would imagine some of the connection with Edgardo Alfonso, who is from Venezuela, the Met great Alfonso.
Count now 3-0. 3-0 pitch. That's on the outside corner. The count 3 balls and 1 strike. 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th. 4-3 Staten Island. Three-1 Opry upcoming. Pitch, ground ball, softly hit. First base side. And the count 3 balls and 2 strikes.
And speaking of connections to Edgardo Alfonso, did you know that Javier Betancourt is his nephew?
Did not know that. Well, it helps as far as attracting a player to your team.
It does.
You call up your nephew and you say, hey, you want to play for us?
It's true.
He's hitting .278 and hit his first home run of the season. There's the pitch, a line drive, softly hit toward the Blue Crabs bullpen. Snagged by, I guess that's the ball boy. I couldn't quite tell who that was. Is that the bat boy?
I think it's Dalton Geeky.
Oh, it is. Well, I'm sorry, Dalton.
It's either Geeky or Briseño, one of the two. I'm thinking Geeky. It's hard to tell with the hoodie and the jacket on.
3-2 pitch, called strike 3. A breaking ball on the outside corner. Mills retires the FerryHawks in order in the bottom of the 6th. It's 4-3 Staten Island. We go to the top of the 7th on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
We take things in to the top of the 7th inning here on Staten Island. Andrew Banster here with you alongside Austin Rooney. We take things into this frame with Eddie Reynoso taking the mound for the Staten Island FerryHawks. Get you the numbers on the right-hander in just a moment, but for the time being, what we can tell you is that Joe DeLuca steps into the left-handed batter's box and watches strike number 1 called. DeLuca with a pair of strikeouts to this point in the game. The switch-hitting first baseman and catcher mans the left-handed batter's box and waves on the second offering from Eddie Reynoso. A 4-3 Staten Island lead here in this top of the 7th inning. No balls, 2 strikes the count as the skyline peeks through the clouds and the fog past the New York Harbor behind center field here at beautiful Staten Island Community Health Park. Eddie Reynoso steps off and looks back to second. He'll prepare for the 0-2 once more. Here comes the righty. Way inside, forces DeLuca to dodge out of danger, and the count of ball and 2 strikes. A look across the Atlantic League so far today. We did have 1 rainout. That was on Long Island, meaning that even if the Blue Crabs win tonight, that magic number will not get all the way to 0. Check swing, home plate umpire says he did go, so call it out number 1. And the Crabs record their first out of the top of the 7th inning. So the magic number can only decrease to 1 here in this contest. The Revolution are on top of the Barnstormers 4-0 in the top of the 7th. Here in Staten Island, 4-3 FerryHawks. 3-1 the score as Charleston leads Gastonia in the bottom of the 8th. In a game played earlier in the day, right around noon Eastern, Lexington and Wild Health faced off. An 8-6 Lexington win in that contest. Strike number 1 to Michael Baca here with 1 away and nobody on. The 0-1, a slider off the plate. Eddie Reynoso so far in this 2022 campaign, the right-handed reliever, finds himself to this point in the season as Baca takes outside, finds himself in 18 games with a 3.64 ERA, 29 strikeouts and 29 2/3 innings pitched. He's allowed 15 runs, 12 of them earned, and he has a 1.48 ERA. The 2-1. A little bit inside, but it's called strike number 2. Reynoso in his first inning of work, serving as a reliever to Dakota Freeze, and we can give you the final line on the starter. Check swing, he did not go. Check down to first just in case, and that confirms our assumption. Final line for Dakota Freeze, the right-handed Iowa native, goes 6 innings, allowing 5 hits, 9 strikeouts. He allows 3 runs, 2 of them earned, and he is in line for the win. Eddie Reynoso on the payoff pitch. Here comes the right-hander on his way home. Fastball called strike number 3. It's the 11th Blue Crab strikeout of this contest, Austin, and that's something that we've seen quite frequently so far in this series. The Crabs struck out 14 times yesterday, 11 so far in today's contest.
Yeah, they really have struggled to hit Staten Island pitching thus far. And the Blue Crabs, 11 strikeouts at the plate. And this is a team that normally doesn't strike out all that much, a strong hitting team, a veteran group as well. But at this point in the year, the team is not getting the bat on the ball in this series at least, at risk of losing just their second series of the season.
That's exactly what I was just about to say. Southern Maryland's been unbelievable in series this year, and they've lost 1. That was to Long Island. They've split 1, and that was to Charleston. In danger, like you said, of dropping this series.
And a series that I think all of us coming in thought the Blue Crabs would be just fine in.
Strike number 3, swung on and missed as Jack Sundberg goes down on strikes. Eddie Reynoso sets the Crabs down in order, and it's time to grab yourself something to eat, something to wash it down with. Stretch out those legs. 7th inning stretch time. We'll be right back on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. Antoine Duplantis leads things off as we take things into the bottom of the 7th inning. Hope you were able to grab something to eat and drink, maybe stretch those legs out, because it's comeback season here on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. First, Mackenzie Mills comes out for his 7th inning of work. Austin, there was action in the Blue Crabs bullpen in the 5th inning. Looked like it might have been the end of the road for Mills, but he's worked around his 3rd, 4th, and 5th inning woes. He's allowed 4 total, only 3 earned. As Duplantis swings and misses, the count draws even at a ball and a strike.
Well, Bradley Roney is now throwing for the Blue Crabs, and 87 pitches coming into this inning from Mackenzie Mills. You'd have to imagine the leash is a little bit shorter here in this inning.
Yeah, you definitely think so. Into your 7th inning of action, you mentioned he's allowed a fair amount of base runners to this point. Through 6, Mackenzie Mills, 6 innings, 6 hits, 4 walks, 5 strikeouts, though. As Duplantis swings and misses at a ball in the turf. Strike number 3, and the leadoff man goes down swinging.
That's 5 consecutive outs now recorded from Mackenzie Mills, dating back to the 5th inning.
And a half dozen strikeouts for the southpaw, who prepares for Alfredo Reyes to step into the right-handed batter's box.
And he's settled down nicely, Mills has. He allowed 1 in the 2nd, 2 in the 4th, 1 in the 5th. Now here in the 7th, he's starting to retire batters at a higher rate.
No balls and a strike the count to Alfredo Reyes, the man that digs back in. So far for Reyes, a couple of ground outs to accompany a pop out. 0 for 3 to this point in the contest. A ball and a strike the count to the middle infielder. 4-3 the score. Staten Island on top of the good guys here on the road as Southern Maryland looks to bring it even closer to their magic number of 2. As a reminder, if you're just joining us, the Blue Crabs have a chance to clinch a postseason bid, and that's at the end of this season. But by winning the first half, Southern Maryland would secure a playoff spot. The magic number is 2. That can be 2 Blue Crabs wins, 2 Ducks losses, or 1 of each. The Ducks game tonight was postponed, though, due to inclement weather. So we're not going to see that come to fruition here this evening. 2-2 the count. The lefty on his way. Soft liner into right at Braxton Lee, who comes in and snags it for out number 1. Make that out number 2. And finally, the fog and the cloud cover clearing our view towards that skyline. For a minute, I forgot it was there, but now that it's there, let me tell you, it's jaw-dropping every time you see it.
It really is. I mean, we go to a lot of minor league or Atlantic League ballparks, Andrew, and there's some cool ones out there. You know, I think that the view in Gastonia is relatively nice. There's a great view down in West Virginia, but there's nothing like this.
You're right. The view in West Virginia is really nice, but you're right. It doesn't compare to this. How could it?
And this is the best view in baseball. This is the best view in sports, probably.
The 1-0 driven into right center. Braxton Lee goes back and tries to grab it on a hop. Instead, Zach Collier grabs it off the turf and fires into the cutoff man. Nonetheless, Angel Aguilar digs into second with a stand-up double. 2 away here in the bottom of the 7th.
And that pitch count continues to inch toward 100, Andrew, and you have to think the end of the road's probably pretty soon for Mackenzie Mills.
I was thinking the exact same thing, and it's not for a lack of really a good start. Like you mentioned, if he wouldn't have come out for this inning, he would have finished with a quality start, but here he is working into the 7th. Bradley Roney still up and throwing for Southern Maryland, and now a left-on-left matchup ensues as Ricardo Cespedes digs into the dish. 1 for 2 today is Cespedes as he dribbles one back towards Mackenzie Mills on a half-hearted swing. Overhand lob to the first baseman, Jared Walker, puts a bow on 7 innings of baseball. 4-3 the score. The FerryHawks on top as we take into the top of the 8th on your home for Blue Crabs baseball, the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. take things into the top of the 8th inning here on Staten Island. It's Michael Wilansky to lead things off. 2-3-4 in the Blue Crabs order due up here in the 8th. Wilansky to be followed by Jared Walker and David Harris. Eddie Reynoso back out for his second inning of work as he just misses the plate to even the count at a ball and a strike. If you're Southern Maryland, Austin, right now, it's just base runners that you're really looking for.
Yeah, I mean, you're down by 1 run, though, so anything as far as whether it's a base hit toward to the outfield, extra bases, you need a run. And it's any way you can get a run at this point, whether it's a solo shot or whether it's extra bases or merely a base runner.
Here's Reynoso with the 1-1, chopped foul to the left side. A ball and 2 strikes, the count in a really fast-moving game here on Staten Island. 8:48 the time right now. We're just a little bit over 2 hours into this contest, and here we are in the top of the 8th inning. Wilansky was not at all ready for that one, and I think that he was thinking he was protected by the home plate umpire. He was still taking his practice swings, and Reynoso came home, was able to foul that one off, though, in the count 1-2. Fair to expect Bradley Roney in the 8th inning, won't you think, Austin?
I'd think so. I think that sounds reasonable to me.
Wilansky continues to fight to stay alive, spoils the 1-2 from Reynoso.
I wouldn't be surprised. Well, I take that back. I was going to say wouldn't be surprised to see Briseño, but it seems like Roney's been warming up for over an inning now and seems poised to come into this ballgame.
The 1-2 inbound from Eddie Reynoso. Wilansky takes it in the dirt. Reynoso back in the 7th inning struck out the side. Trying to keep that streak going here, but Wilansky proving to be stubborn at the plate. 4-3, Staten Island on top of the Blue Crabs. And here comes Eddie Reynoso. Swinging a chopper down the third base line. A tough play cannot be made over at third. Would have been a tough one nonetheless. It'll be interesting to see exactly what that goes down as, Austin.
I think you're going to get a single out of that one. It was going to be, even if he fielded it well and threw to first base, it was going to be a very difficult play.
Yeah, tough play there for Javier Betancourt. You mentioned it. I think more than anything, it has to go down as a single, and now Edgardo Alfonso, the manager for the FerryHawks, is going to come out and have a word with our home plate umpire. And now the home plate umpire is going to go convene with his fellow umps. I'm not quite sure what you could be talking about.
I'm not either.
The only realistic argument I could see happening there is Alfonso thought it hit the bat of Wilansky twice, giving a foul ball. Maybe it hopped up off the turf and hit his bat again. I didn't see that,
No,
though.
I didn't see that either. I think it's just a single. A ball that had some weird spin on it, stayed fair the entire way.
That does go down as a base hit for Wilansky for the moment being. Fastball off the plate, and Jared Walker steps up to the dish. So far in this contest for Jared Walker, 1 for 3. He singled back in the first inning, put runners on the corners at the time. The 1-0. Driven foul right back into the protective netting, and we're even at a ball and a strike. Wilansky at first with good speed, but we haven't seen him really attempt to steal too many bases to this point in the season. A ball and a strike the count to the power-hitting Jared Walker, who has the tools to change this game in one swing of the bat. A half-hearted swing over to Betancourt at third. He'll try to fire in time, and the ball's dropped by the first baseman.
No, they called him out.
My goodness, they're going to call that on the transfer. Joe Walsh not happy about that. I think that's a really tough play to call him out on. From my vantage point, it did not look like the transfer, although it did look like a very odd way to drop the ball.
It all seems sort of bizarre over at first base, the way that ball was caught and dropped.
It's been a tough inning for Betancourt to this point.
It has been.
Betancourt had trouble with the ball at third, which allowed Wilansky to get on with a single. Now Walker.
This is all kind of bizarre. Now that they're going to have just the field umpires are going to come together and try to see what they can figure out.
And you would think the third base umpire, J.B. Torres, would probably have a little bit better of a vantage point here, but tough to overcall it. Now, just for good measure, the home plate umpire will join in on the meeting.
He was just standing there behind home plate. That was
safe. Safe is the
wow.
call. It's been overturned. That you don't see all that often.
Very rare. John Lamantina then met with them all, and the three of them do, and now, oh no, we've got a real sprint, an all-out sprint from Fred DeJesus, who's going over to meet now with Edgardo Alfonso. I don't think I've seen an umpire run that quickly and then get right up in his face the way he is now.
He's moving. He's moving, but for the moment being, we're going to take the out off the scoreboard because I don't see this being – there's no double jeopardy with umpires. Once you overturn a call, you don't do it again. You just don't, no matter what the manager says. So Jared Walker at first, the runner at second, Michael Wilansky. No outs for Southern Maryland, and the cleanup man, David Harris, on his way to the dish.
Well, a big break for the Blue Crabs. I think they got that call right.
I do too. And we don't know what that went down as quite yet because it has not officially entered the scorebook, which is probably fair considering the umpires are still kind of hashing this out with Alfonso. That appears to be done, though. We're ready for more baseball, and if I'm Southern Maryland, I'm thanking my lucky stars and continuing with this contest.
Well, the Blue Crabs now have 2 on and nobody out. The number one goal, Andrew, has to be to get those runners over right now.
I would agree, and I think this is a rare situation. You're not going to see a Blue Crabs bunt, not with David Harris up.
I'd agree.
Harris looking like he's ready to swing away, but takes the first pitch. They are going to say, this is an interesting ruling. I don't know that I've read this. Jared Walker reaches on a missed catch error by first baseman Junior Santana.
Wow, one of the rare ones.
It's true. We were talking about that yesterday, how you hardly ever see, but if there ever was a time for it, that was probably it.
And especially here in Staten Island, the umpire is calling all sorts of things today.
And they are. 0-2 the count. David Harris down in the count. Runners at first and second.
Andrew, this is the first time I've seen the umpires overturn a call. This is the first time I've seen them call about 15 strikes on check swings.
It's true.
This is the first time I've seen a missed catch error this season.
It's true. No balls, 2 strikes. Fastball off the outer edge. Harris with another chance here. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Walker at first, Wilansky at second represents the tying run. Standing in scoring position for David Harris. Here comes Eddie Reynoso. Swing and a miss on an elevated fastball. Might have gotten a piece of it, but it goes down as out number 1.
It's a big out, a really big out for Eddie Reynoso because the Blue Crabs are unable to advance that lead runner to third base, and that makes a massive difference.
And it looks like we may see a pitching change here.
Yeah, it would not be surprising. Reynoso's now gone an inning and a third, and he's done relatively well, but he's put 2 on, and I think it might be time for them to make a change based on matchups.
We can assume that it's going to be made considering it is Alfonso, but no move quite yet, or at least no call to the bullpen. The score 4-3, Staten Island on top of the Blue Crabs here in Staten Island. There is the call down to the bullpen. Reynoso heads back to the dugout. We'll step aside for just a moment and be right back on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. Jose Velez onto the mound, and he inherits a little bit of a difficult situation. Situation reads as follows: 1 out, runners at first and second, and the 5th batter in the Blue Crabs order up to the dish. A left-on-left matchup for Alex Crosby as Jose Velez's first pitch misses way off the plate. 1-0 the count. Velez wears number 1 on the back of his jersey, a pretty rare number to see a pitcher wear. Nonetheless, the southpaw rocks it on the back of his white FerryHawks uniform. Crosby from the left side awaiting the 1-0. Gives it a ride. This probably gets caught in center, though. A beautiful layout catch in center field from Ricardo Cespedes robs Alex Crosby of extra base hits. The runner and Michael Wilansky does advance from second to third, and 2 away for Southern Maryland.
Yeah, very strong catch out in center by Ricardo Cespedes, who got a good beat on that ball. He was shading over to left center field, and he had a long run before he could make that play out in right center. It was a little bit too long of a run for the right fielder, Mario Bautista.
Yeah, and I was thinking off the bat that it was going to be a much easier play, but Cespedes saw that ball keep rising and running, was able to bring it down. But with that being said, as Zach Collier comes up to the dish, the tying run stands just 90 feet away from home plate, and we're in the top of the 8th inning. Southern Maryland down to their final 4 outs. You got to think this is the best scoring opportunity.
And you also have to be wary, of course, of pass balls or wild pitches now as well, with the runner on third and 2 outs. Would not be surprised to see the Blue Crabs put double steal in action here, or at least steal second to put another runner in scoring position.
Collier sees the first pitch clip the outside corner. Doesn't love the call, and I think he has a fair gripe. 0-1 the count from Jose Velez.
Jared Walker 3 for 4 in stolen bases this year.
He's got good speed, and he's shown that to us by the ability to play outfield as well. Small lead at first, though. Ball on the turf. Gobbled up by our catcher this evening in Andres Noriega. The count even at a ball and a strike for Zach Collier, who does have a hit in this contest. Collier 1 for 3 with a run scored. Also a pair of strikeouts on the line for the left-handed hitting center fielder for Southern Maryland. The 1-1 from Velez. Curveball just misses fair territory. If that stays inside the line, that's at least a run for Southern Maryland. Call it a long strike, though, in the count 1-2. 4-3, Staten Island on top of the Blue Crabs here in the top of the 8th. Magic number for Southern Maryland, all the way down to 2. Lost yesterday and the Ducks won. Long Island was rained out today. We're just looking for 1 Blue Crabs win and 1 Ducks loss as the 1-2 comes in. Fastball upstairs, called strike number 3. Jose Velez lets out a roar, letting the crowd know how he feels about that strike number 3. That's how we send it into the bottom of the 8th. We'll be right back on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. Dilson Herrera leads things off for Staten Island, heading into the bottom of the 8th inning with a beautiful view behind us. Here at the home of the FerryHawks. Call it Hawk City. The Blue Crabs trying to rain on their parade.
As I was saying, Crustacean Nation.
It's true. I would take Crustacean Nation over Hawk City.
I think so.
Bradley Roney, the newcomer into this contest. He relieves Mackenzie Mills after 7 innings of action. Final line on Mackenzie Mills: 7 innings pitched, 7 hits, 4 walks. He allows 4 runs, only 3 of them earned, while striking out a half dozen. The numbers for Bradley Roney in this 2022 season.
Yeah, he's been good, especially recently. And that's been the real plus from Bradley Roney, that he ran into trouble earlier in the year. But his more recent appearances have been really solid. He's got great stuff. Last time out against Lancaster, he went 1 inning. He did allow a hit in that outing. Struck out 1. Did not walk a batter.
How about 37 strikeouts in 23 2/3 innings pitched this season, and batters are hitting just 193 against him. The 1-2 on its way to Dilson Herrera from Bradley Roney. Swing and a miss, just got a piece of it, did Dilson Herrera, but there's another one of those patented strikeouts from the right-handed number 38 in Bradley Roney. 1 away in the bottom of the 8th.
Yeah, when you said 37 strikeouts, I thought, wait a second, you're talking about Eneris Briseño? But no, you're exactly right. Bradley Roney has great strikeout stuff. Briseño has 40 strikeouts through 24 2/3.
It's almost Endris Briseño-esque in the strikeout category.
It is. He's just left a few more pitches out over the plate, which have been hit pretty well.
Mario Batista watches the first pitch go. He grounded into a double play in the 2nd inning before tripling in the 4th and struck out swinging in his most recent at-bat back in the 5th. A 1-for-3 line for Batista, who chases an elevated fastball. The count evens at a ball and a strike.
He's got real velo to it as well.
Yeah, he really does. He's a guy that can fire it in there. The 1-1. A touch inside, but call it strike number 2, and Roney absolutely brought his best stuff here today. Fastest pitch thrown so far in this game. Actually, the fastest 2 pitches have both been thrown by Bradley Roney, topping out at just a little bit under 95.
What was the fastest pitch from Mackenzie Mills?
Get that to you in just 1 second. As the pitch misses outside. Well, the fastest pitch for Mackenzie Mills was 89 miles an hour this evening, a touch lower than his general stuff is. It was raining out.
I mean, he's thrown as high as 92.5 and in affiliated ball as high as 95.
Swing and a miss. Back-to-back strikeouts for Bradley Roney. We talk about the strikeout stuff. He's showing that to us right here.
So if Mills is able to get through a start when he's throwing 3+ miles an hour slower than he normally does, I think they can tell you that it can really boost having, a little bit higher velocity, what he can really do.
You're exactly right. A 4-3 Staten Island lead. First pitch swinging as Andres Noriega fouls one into the stands. 1 for 3 today so far for Noriega. He singled back in the 4th inning. Bradley Roney with the pitch, low and away. And this brings up an interesting point, Austin. This can be said for a lot of baseball teams, but stuck at 3 runs right now are the Blue Crabs. Southern Maryland, 7-7 this year when scoring 3 or fewer runs. How about 34-6 when scoring 4 or more?
Yeah, I think it can be said for a lot of teams you're going to have a better record, but I think that it perfectly illustrates how important it is to get 4 runs.
Little bloop shot finds its way into the shallow portion of left field. A base hit single for Andres Noriega extends this bottom of the 8th inning.
It's a bloop single is what that is. It's not a very well hit ball, but it finds the right part of the field, and it's a base hit.
Here is Junior Santana. Santana 0 for 2 with a walk so far today. Struck out swinging back in the 6th. Bradley Roney requests a new baseball, and he gets it. Roney, number 38 on the back of his jersey. 2 outs, 2 strikeouts to this point in the contest. Fastball high and away. 1-0 the count to Junior Santana. Santana, 146 hitter on the season. 338 on base plus slugging percentage. Swing and a miss. The count evens at a ball and a strike. The ERA for Roney at 4.44 as we sit.
As that ERA continues to decline. You know, we've seen it as high as the mid-6s, and I was always saying it's going to come down, it's going to come down. And now we see it start to decline.
He's got the stuff that you know that he's going to bring that back down and really solidify himself as one of the better relievers in the Atlantic League. The problem is that the Blue Crabs have at least 6 guys that could fit that mold. The 1-2, swing and a miss. Struck out the side, did Bradley Roney. Talked about the strikeout stuff. There it is. We're through 8 here in Staten Island. It's comeback season when we return on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Michael Baca, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Take things into the top of the 9th inning here in Staten Island, New York. The Blue Crabs in danger, Austin, of dropping a series for just the 2nd time this season.
The Blue Crabs lost 2 of 3 against Long Island.
We do have a newcomer onto the mound. It's Victor Capion taking the hill for the Home team in the Staten Island FerryHawks. First pitch in there for a called strike as Braxton Lee mans the left side of the batter's box.
This is his 15th pro season.
The count, a ball and a strike.
9th consecutive year in independent league baseball.
And I do believe the FerryHawks used their closer last night, opting to not use him in back-to-back appearances.
It's a little surprising.
Considering, frankly, the lack of winning opportunities they've had this season, I would tend to agree. I mean, the Blue Crabs were 6-0 against the FerryHawks coming into this series, but it just shows you in the game of baseball, anybody can win on any given day. I mean, Southern Maryland continues to hold on the brink of a playoff berth, which, unless a collapse unlike any we've ever seen before occurs, will still occur. And Braxton Lee goes down on strikes. Crabs down to their final 2 outs as the 8-hole hitter Joe DeLuca approaches the plate. And we get the Bob the Builder song.
It's very funny, I will say.
It's funny. It is funny, and I don't have a problem with it. It's just more than anything, it's a little bit it's a little cringy. It's a little cringy. One away, nobody on as Joe DeLuca awaits the pitch. It finds its way to the outside corner. No balls and a strike.
Andrew, I don't get these, but I know some people get cringe attacks.
They do. I've heard of people getting those. Even somebody we work with.
Right, Jerron Nathan, he's somebody who talks to us a lot about that.
And it's true. No balls and a strike. DeLuca takes. It's a cutter that just misses the outer edge. Home plate umpire looked like he wanted to call it a strike. Holds back, though, and it's a 1-1 count.
A very similar pitch to the second pitch that came in on Braxton Lee.
It's true. Yeah, it's very true. Trying to get a run across to at least tie this contest are these Blue Crabs here in the top of the 9th inning in Staten Island. Matt Latos warming in the bullpen just in case as Victor Capion misses outside.
And Michael Baca still stands on deck. I think there might have been some thought the Blue Crabs would pinch hit for him, but they have not yet.
I was thinking the same thing, maybe Ryan Haug or even Raul Shaw in this scenario.
I think Ryan Haug is doing the bullpen catching right now, but not to say that he couldn't come out of that role.
2 balls and a strike. Ian Yetzko would be another great example.
I was actually going to say that if Ryan Haug came from the bullpen to the plate, Ian Yetzko could do the bullpen catching
It's
as well.
true, and it's true. Two balls and as many strikes to Joe DeLuca. The switch-hitting catcher bats from the left side and awaits Victor Capion's 2-2.
And Raul Shaw does have a bat in his hand in the dugout.
The 2-2, here it comes. Outside, ball number 3, and we're full. Three balls, 2 strikes. As Capion works into this save opportunity. Right on left matchup. The payoff pitch on its way. Spoiling it away is Joe DeLuca. And you got to wonder, even though DeLuca has, I'd say, a little bit better than average speed, it wouldn't at all surprise me if DeLuca gets on and Ian Yetzko comes in as a pinch runner.
Yeah, someone would at least give them a chance to advance to second base and put a runner in scoring position.
Or even score from first on a ball in the gap.
Right, that too.
Payoff pitch once more from Victor Capion. Outfield playing deep, and the pitch. Check swing, did he go? No, he did not, says the third base umpire. Austin, after all of the check swings turned full swings that we've seen so far in this series, I didn't know if the Blue Crabs would get the benefit of the doubt on that one, but they sure do.
I didn't think they would. I thought that he may have actually gone on that one.
That was my thought.
But J.V. Torres, He's called a lot of ones that have been
Borderline.
close, and he said it's a strike. That time he said he held up.
And we thought maybe Ian Yetzko, rather it's Matt Hibbard pinch running at first base. Hibbard with real good speed, and you wonder if the stolen base is in question as Michael Baca, a guy with really good contact, but not often will he put it into the gaps, comes up to the dish. And the reason I point that out is because if you swipe second, then you can just get contact and a run.
Matt Hibbert 6 for 6 this year in stolen bases, and of course he doesn't play every day. So, if you have an everyday player there, he's probably got 10 or 15 stolen bases at this point.
Here's Michael Baca, who likely takes on the first pitch. He does, and it's inside for a ball number 1.
I think Hibbert might wait for him to throw his first strike and prove that he can.
I think so too.
He walks to Luca. He falls behind 1-0 on Baca.
He's got his lead foot on the far cut of the grass. Not too big of a lead out there at first. The 1-0. Baca gives it a ride. High in the sky to left. This could be trouble, and it drops. Off the bat, it looked like a routine can of corn, but nobody could get there. Drops in the Bermuda Triangle, and Southern Maryland's in business.
That's a bloop hit if I've ever seen one. He just pokes it toward left field, and I actually thought that looked well hit off the bat, but it just died out there in shallow center.
It did, and the wind appears to be carrying it to left,
Yeah,
but
it's kind of confusing with the wind sometime as far as exactly how much does it actually make a difference on some of these balls. I thought that one was going deeper than it actually was.
So here's Jack Sundberg. We've got one out in the top of the 9th inning. Southern Maryland looking for one of their patented comebacks here in the late innings. A 4-3 Staten Island lead. First one comes in, nearly hits Sundberg. Thankfully it didn't. In fact, it did. Not quite sure what's going on here, actually. It looked like the home plate umpire was trying to send the runners back to second, which made, initially when they called time, me think that it hit Sundberg. I'm thinking it was just a ball that got through, and all of a sudden you've got 2 in scoring position. A base hit gives the Blue Crabs a lead in the late going. That was a little bit of a weird scenario.
And now the infield in for Staten Island, about as big as it gets here on the top of the 9th with 2 on and 1 out. 2 in scoring position.
Sundberg will try to get something through the infield. Baca at second, Hibbert at third. Good speed at both bags. The 1-0 on its way from Victor Capion. Way outside, and it's ball number 2. Matt Latos continues to warm in the Blue Crabs bullpen. First base unoccupied, just 1 out. A 2-ball, no strike count to the leadoff man and Jack Sundberg. The infield and the outfield playing very shallow depth. The 2-0. Looked to be outside once more, but it's a called strike.
Yeah, that one was borderline at best. I thought that one missed outside, to be completely honest. There were a couple of pitches earlier in this inning. One to DeLuca, one to Lee that I thought could have been called strikes that were not. That one looked a little bit outside.
Even more outside than either of those pitches, I would think. So Capion's got a 2-1 count. Sundberg awaits. And the pitch. Check swing, no way he went around. We'll check just in case. And JB Torres confirms my suspicion. There's been some that have been borderline. That wasn't one of them.
I don't think so. I think these umpires, they got to stay on their toes at first and third base.
And I think at some point the home plate umpire's got to look at the catcher and be like, look, man, we're not going to appeal on every check swing. He has the opportunity to make the call himself. He doesn't have to, though. It's a hitter's count to Jack Sundberg. 3 balls and a strike. Anyway on, but you'd probably rather leave first base unoccupied in some ways. The 3-1. Sundberg takes it. Strike number 2, and we're full.
He thought he had first base there. I'm not sure the Blue Crabs really benefit from having a runner on first base at all.
Other than the fact it can give you an extra insurance run, I think you'd like to keep the double play ball out of the equation. If I'm Sundberg and I'm thinking something on the outer edge, which I am, I'm trying to slap it through the left side of the infield right here. Third baseman in Betancourt is basically playing on the bag. Runners on second and third. Payoff pitch on its way from Victor Capion. Sundberg fighting to stay alive. This ball rockets into the stands, and we'll stay at 3-2.
The big thing here, if you can get the ball to the outfield, it's key. Fly ball to the outfield, doesn't matter. I think as far as that's concerned, Matt Hibbert's going on anything that's not very shallow in the outfield. A can of corn to center should be plenty.
Capion with the payoff pitch once more. 3 balls, 2 strikes. There it is. Misses down low. It's ball number 4. Just 1 out so far in this inning. And who else but Michael Wilansky will look to play hero. They're on a Wednesday night in Staten Island.
Wilansky with 1 hit on the game tonight, but what he's really done so effectively in the last couple of weeks is come up in big situations and come up clutch in these situations. And it doesn't get much bigger than this for the Blue Crabs.
You're not thinking about this too much at the plate, but 3 outcomes you really want to avoid here. A strikeout, a ground out with double play potential, and an infield or shallow pop-up. Staten Island FerryHawks do have 4 errors in this game, so putting into the play might not be the worst thing. First pitch swinging a high chopper to the pitcher, Victor Capion, who can't come up with the throw. It slips out of his hand like a quarterback getting the ball tipped out of it, and the Blue Crabs have tied this game at 4 in the top of the 9th inning. Wow. Out of all of the outcomes, that's not the one I anticipated. And let me tell you, Austin Rudy, that's what I love about the game of baseball. You never know what's going to happen.
You know, a hard-hit ground ball that just happens to go to shortstop or second base ends the game. Instead, a high topper over back to the mound, and it ties the game.
And the Blue Crabs in this game have gotten 3 runs off of high choppers to the pitcher hit by Michael Wilansky. Southern Maryland back in the top of the 5th with runners on first and second. Saw Wilansky just chop one to the pitcher. He threw it into the outfield. 2 runs scored.
What's the ruling on that one, Andrew?
Yeah, let's get that. That's a good call. It does go down as a throwing error by Victor Capion.
That's the 5th.
This ball nearly gets away from the catcher, but does not. As Jared Walker, a man with plenty of power, stands up to the dish. And you knew at some point, the Southern Maryland that we've come to know and love, that just finds ways back into games, was going to make it happen. And here they go. Still looking for that lead, though.
And now there is rain that's falling. A drizzle.
And it's Jared Walker at the dish. A ball and no strikes. Here comes the pitch. Walker swings on and misses, and we're even at a ball and a strike. Top of the 9th inning here in Staten Island. About 10 minutes shy of 3 hours into this contest. Bases loaded. Wilansky at first with good speed. Sundberg at second with even better speed, and Baca at third. From the left side, Jared Walker, the 1-1. On the outer edge, clips the strike zone in the count 1-2. If you're Walker here, you're trying to get something into play. The go-ahead run stands at third base in the form of Michael Baca. The 1-2 from Victor Capion. Swung on and missed. Capion has fallen victim to plenty of mishaps in this inning, with the most important being the play with Wilansky, but picks up a big strikeout here to keep this game tied at 4-4.
Yeah, it doesn't get much bigger than that. The Blue Crabs needed a fly ball to the outfield or something on the ground that was going to score a run. They couldn't get it there. But Capion not out of the woods yet. He's got to deal with David Harris.
The last guy you'd want to deal with in this situation. Harris from the right side, facing off against Capion. Bases loaded. Tie ball game in the top of the ninth. 2 outs. First pitch swinging is David Harris. Swing and a miss. Harris, the cleanup man, trying to do his job here. Capion with the 0-1. This one hit well into center. Should be playable, though. A dive in center from the center fielder, but no need for it. The right fielder, and Ricardo Cespedes, is able to grab it, and that's how we send it to the bottom of the ninth. We're just happy there is a bottom of the ninth. Southern Maryland ties it 4-4 the score. We'll be right back on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Daryl Thompson, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
To the bottom of the ninth we go. Like we said, we're just happy to be here. Bottom of the ninth inning in Staten Island, New York, and what started as a mist or a drizzle has turned into a little bit more than that. I wouldn't even quite call it a sprinkle. I would just say a very heavy mist. You think that's fair?
Yeah, you see, at some points, though, it is falling directly down.
It is.
And if you look at the puddle on the first base dugout side.
Oh, wow. Yeah, it is coming down there. Very much is. Bottom of the ninth as Javier Betancourt steps up to the dish. Betancourt 1 for 3 today. Had that solo home run back in the 5th inning. That's the last run the FerryHawks have scored in this contest. Bradley Roney back out for the bottom of the ninth inning. We didn't know whether it would be Latos, Roney, or Briseño.
Yeah, well, Latos was up and throwing, and then Briseño then no one was up after that. He sort of sat down. I was a little confused, and I said, oh, well, they're going back to Roney.
And I think in many ways you'd like to keep Latos for the save situation. If you bring him in now, in many ways, I mean, if this ball game stays tied or keeps going into extras, you don't have your closer. Not that Briseño couldn't fill in that role. The 1-1 outside, 2 balls and a strike. Remember earlier when I said there's no such thing as a bad day for baseball?
Yeah.
I might retract my statement, and not because it's a bad day for baseball, but because there are such better days for baseball than a rainy, cold night like this. Fouled off the mask of Joe DeLuca behind the dish. And the count 2-2. What do you think about that?
What, the ball getting fouled off his mask or the
I was
rainy
thinking
day?
about the weather.
Oh.
Or both.
I can give comment on both.
Okay.
The weather, no, it's not great. It really isn't.
And the foul ball.
The foul ball's got to hurt, but he's wearing the hockey-style mask as well.
And he is. The 2-2. Fouled away. Now, remember, in the 8th inning, Bradley Roney struck out the side. In fact, in both the top and the bottom of the 8th inning, we saw a strike out of the side from either pitcher. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and the pitch. Changeup misses upstairs, and we're full at 3-2. And I don't care who you are, it's got to be harder to pitch in this rain.
It's got to be more difficult. It's also difficult for someone like Bradley Roney, as, you know, you come out there, you pitch the first inning, he does quite well, but now he goes cold in the dugout, and then he's got to come back out there for the 9th.
Payoff pitch misses down low, and it's ball number 4. The potential game-winning run takes first base. If Roney falls behind in the next count or allows another runner on, is this his jam to work out of, or do you try to call to the bullpen?
I'd imagine that Briseño will get up and throwing in the next couple seconds or so, to be honest. I'm surprised that he's not already throwing.
I am too, especially if there's a guy that you'd want to keep a lead intact or a tie intact with. It's got to be Andrés Briseño if you're not turning to your closer.
Yeah, I mean, I would have thought they'd give him the first batter and then go to Briseño after that, but he's not even up and throwing. I mean, it's going to take him a couple minutes.
In fact, he still has 2 hoodie, a jacket and a hoodie on, so I don't see him throwing anytime soon. Looks like it's Bradley Roney's inning to work through. Antoine Duplantis, the leadoff man up. He shows bunt. It gets right back over our heads. And
right toward us again.
What is up with that?
Did it hit our colleague Johnny over there?
I think it was further than that. Now,
Okay.
if you're just joining us, there was a foul bunt from Jack Sundberg earlier in the game, right as we closed the window due to rain, that nearly.
It really should have hit us.
Yeah, it's true.
It would have hit me or the camera.
Alex Crosby standing way in, preparing for another bunt attempt. Duplantis shows it, lays down a good one. It's to the first base side, and Roney is able to get it to a covering Michael Wilansky for out number 1.
I thought that hit his foot in fair territory, but
I did too. In fact, I was almost sure of it, but when nobody on the field reacted, I'm wondering if that's just an odd angle.
I think it was actually Joe DeLuca who did point to it.
I see. Okay.
I'm pretty sure it did, but either way.
In fact, I believe that's Ryan Haug now behind the dish, and it is.
Oh, because, of course, there was a pinch running
runner
situation. So I'm not sure who's supposed to be catching the bullpen, if there is going to be any bullpen action.
Maybe that's why it's Bradley Roney's to work out of. I don't think so, but
You'd have to think they could find somebody, right?
I'm sure they could. Here's Alfredo Reyes. First pitch, a beautiful slider that has Reyes guessing. He decides to just not swing in the count 0-1. Pitch looked like it was going to come at his head, ended up on the outer corner. Go-ahead run stands in scoring position. The 0-1 down low for ball number 1. Southern Maryland tied this contest back in the top of the 9th with a run. Had the bases loaded with 1 out. Did get that run across as Matt Hibbert, the pinch runner for Joe DeLuca, came around to score. And here's Bradley Roney. A ball and a strike to Alfredo Reyes. Reyes 0 for 3 today. Swings at this pitch, but gets it out of play into the seating bowl, and it's strike number 2.
Looks like it took a strange deflection at some point.
I think it hit that, and it's hard to see on the camera, but there's that rod that holds up the fence. I think it hit that.
I see.
A ball and 2 strikes to Alfredo Reyes. Hitless so far in this contest. Bradley Roney into his second inning of work. the right-hander on his way. Strike number 3 called by the home plate umpire, and how about it? Bradley Roney picks up a critical strikeout.
I'm not sure if that was a called strikeout or a swinging strikeout. He called it as if he was making a called strikeout, but then it looked low. Either way, Stan Clivern's headed out to the mound. I can't imagine he's making a pitching change because there's absolutely no action in the bullpen.
And it's interesting because generally it has to be the pitching coach to go out to talk to him if you're not pulling him. But it looks like Stan's just going to have a conversation.
I think the idea here, I'm surprised the outfield really isn't coming in because I think there's also a question of do you walk this next batter with 2 outs to create the force?
Well, it's Angel Aguilar that steps up to the dish. Aguilar so far today, 2 for 4 with a run scored. The man on deck in Ricardo Cespedes, 1 for 3 with a walk and a run scored. See what Stan decides to go with as Angel Aguilar steps up to the dish.
He might have been telling him, hey, just don't throw many strikes.
Yeah, it's true.
You know, we see guys get intentionally walked all the time, but you can also intentionally walk somebody.
You're right. If you pitch around Angel Aguilar here, really not the worst thing in the world. He pitches to him, should be playable in right center. Zach Collier coming in to call off his second baseman, and he puts it in the back of his glove for out number 3. We're through 9, but we are not done with baseball here in this contest. When we come back, more Blue Crabs baseball on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. All right, so we take things into the 10th. As you know, in the Atlantic League, in the 10th inning, extra innings call for a runner on second base. So we get that here, and it's Alex Crosby set to lead things off. And Crosby gets the chance to drive in a run here. Believe it's Ian Yetzko, the man at second. Pinch running for what would be David Harris's spot. First pitch, chopper to the right side, way foul, 0-1 the count. And it's Victor Capion out for his second inning of work. The right-hander fell into some real trouble back in the 9th. Bases loaded with 1 out, but was able to work out of it with just 1 run scoring. It was on an error by Victor Capion. Foul ball to the left side out of play, and the count 0-2. Yetzko at second base with good speed and scoring position. It's the second pinch runner we've seen And that leaves the Blue Crabs position player-wise with just one player left on the bench. That is Raul Shaw. The pitch from Capion, 0-2. Hit once more. Foul and out of play, and we'll stay at no balls and 2 strikes. Capion in his second inning of work has to inherit the runner at second base. Now, if that run scores, it's not earned, but certainly counts on the scoreboard for a Blue Crabs team trying to inch closer to a clinch. Capion with a long look back at second. Here's the 0-2. Crosby sends this one for an absolute ride. If it's fair, it's gone. And it is foul, says the home plate umpire. My goodness. Off the bat, I got to tell you, I thought that ball was going to be foul pretty easily, but the closer it got, the more and more certain I was that it was fair.
You see, that's why they didn't make longer foul poles.
It's true. Way longer. Get those things up to the sky. Same thing in football. Because sometimes it goes
field goal posts, yeah.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, you may as well.
I'm with you.
Or at least have a sensor there that could maybe tell you whether
Right.
it goes over. Or a camera even.
Technology has improved enough we can do that.
It's true. No balls, 2 strikes. Here's Capion. Crosby swings once more. It'll be a tough play for Javier Betancourt at third, but he gets into shallow left and puts a glove on it for out number 1.
That's unlucky for the Blue Crabs. It looks like they've hit a 2-run home run. They've taken a convincing lead. Instead, you don't get the runner over, and there's now 1 out and a runner on second.
You want to talk about a ball landing in the harbor. That ball probably did.
That was crushed.
It was right down the line, too, so you only got 318 to work with. Now, that doesn't change the distance to the harbor, but I think that ball had a chance at getting wet. You know, if there's a home run derby here, which would be a sweet place for a home run derby, there'd probably be kayakers out there trying to catch them.
Yeah.
So here's Zach Collier, runner in scoring position, and Collier watches the first pitch miss down low. Top of the 10th, Andrew Bandstra alongside Austin Rooney on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. A 4-4 score as your Southern Maryland Blue Crabs try to take down the Staten Island FerryHawks and keep a chance at winning this series alive. A ball and no strikes. Well struck from Zach Collier. That ball might just get out of here. Back goes the center fielder. He won't get there. Ian Yetzko turning on the burners. He's just now rounding third, and that throw is going to be well in time. The catcher in Noriega is able to cut down Ian Yetzko, and Yetzko was tagging at second, just trying to find a way to see if that ball ends up getting caught. And a really good throw in center is able to cut down Yetzko.
And it's not a play you see all that frequently. When you've got a rocket to center field, a runner on second base, and you get a double out of it, and Yetzko is still tagging at second. And by the time that ball landed in center field and he was off, it was not in time to get him all the way to the plate. I think it's hard to question Ray Ortega's decision to send him around third base, though, because that ball is hitting a dead center field. You think he's going to score on a double.
Yeah, it's true. And, you know, for Southern Maryland, too, in this situation, and I wouldn't be surprised if they walk Braxton Lee, which looks like they just did, to get Ryan Haug, although Haug is a guy that really can hit the ball. With that being said, if you're Southern Maryland, in some ways, whether the umpire's discretion or not, you could argue 3 runs have been left on the board in this inning with the Crosby potential 2-run shot, and now they hit to center field. And Ryan Haug is going to come up to the dish here with a big opportunity. Haug bats from the right side. The numbers on the season for Haug are favorable, a .325 batting average and a .500 on-base percentage. First pitch, a slider that catches the outer edge, and the count 0-1. Really a disappointing inning so far for Southern Maryland, just in terms of what we were expecting on these last two balls that were put into play.
Yeah, very well hit ball by Crosby. Down the right field line. Looked like it might have been a home run.
The pitch to Haug. Swung on and missed, 0-2. Matt Latos continues to warm in the Blue Crabs bullpen. And just like the Blue Crabs, the FerryHawks will start their bottom of the 10th inning with a runner on second, making it all the more important that you get at least one across here in the top half of the inning. Haug awaiting the 0-2 from Victor Capion in his second inning of work. Here's the 0-2. Haug does his best to shorten up the swing with 2 strikes. Is able to get it into foul territory and will stay at 0-2. You never know who it's going to be for this Blue Crabs team, Austin, that steps up in the big opportunities. Could it be Ryan Haug this evening?
It could be anybody. The Blue Crabs, that's what's been great about the Blue Crabs. They have so many different heroes on so many different nights.
The 0-2 from Victor Capion on its way. Swing and a miss. And a catcher, Noriega, thrilled about it. That's how we send things into the bottom half of the 10th inning. Matt Latos inbound when we return on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. Matt Latos, the 9-year MLB veteran, assumes the mound. A runner does start this inning on second base, and it's Ricardo Cespedes that steps into the left-handed batter's box. Up to the dish, Cespedes is 1 for 3 in the game. Also walked in the contest. And Latos looking for a pivotal out number 1. showing bunt is Cespedes, but he'll pull back and watch it miss for ball number 1. What's the approach here if you're Matt Latos? It's got to be so difficult inheriting a runner on second base with no outs.
It is. I don't think you want to pitch around a bunt necessarily, but at some point you got to make sure that you're going to get that out at first base, first of all, and second of all, that you do whatever you can to prevent him from getting it down.
There is the bunt laid down. Ryan Haug thinks about trying to fire to third. Instead, fires to first and gets out number 1. And the runner advances to third.
Well, Andrew, I don't think I've ever seen what I just saw there at first base when the runner slid in feet first to first base.
That was very weird. Does part of you here consider intentionally walking the next batter to put the double play ball in order? If not, you really have to rely on the infield in, and you have to rely on probably a strikeout or an infield pop-up.
Well, I normally would. I will say, though, Dilson Herrera has had a tough year. He's hitting under 100 right now, or right at 100. And so I wouldn't consider it for that reason alone.
One MLB veteran faces another. It's Dilson Herrera from the right side. Latos' first pitch, swing and a miss. He was guessing on that one, probably thinking off speed, and was way behind the elevated fastball. Dilson Herrera did triple in this game, but to your point, enters play with a batting average right under 110. The 0-1. Right back up the middle, and that'll do it. The Staten Island FerryHawks walk off the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs here on a Wednesday night. Southern Maryland with a valiant comeback effort. And the FerryHawks secure a series win. It's just the second series loss of the season for the Blue Crabs as the FerryHawks walk this one off, Austin. And now the clinching scenario, it gets a little bit different. Long Island will have a doubleheader tomorrow. If they split and the Blue Crabs win, we're all good. Now, the Blue Crabs could lose and the Ducks get swept in the doubleheader tomorrow, but can't really rely on that.
You really can't. The Blue Crabs are going to need to find a way to win a ball game tomorrow. They've been close in these first two games, a 4-1 loss, then here in Game 2, a 4-3 loss. Mackenzie Mills didn't have his top-level stuff tonight. He still battled through 7 innings and only allowed 3 earned runs, 4 total runs. And the bullpen looked good. Bradley Roney went 2 innings. He allowed just 1 hit, 1 walk, no runs. And he is pitching his best baseball by a mile today, right now. So he's doing some great work out on the mound. Bradley Roney is. So we'll have to see if the Blue Crabs can find a way to pick up a win tomorrow. Darryl Thompson on the mound last time out went a complete game. Or actually, technically he didn't. He went 9 innings. It went into 10 innings. But he went the first 9, allowed only 3 runs. So we'll have to see if the Blue Crabs can get the bats going, though. That's really the difference. You allow 4 runs in Game 1 and Game 2. You're playing a team like the FerryHawks. If you told me, Andrew, the Blue Crabs pitching staff allowed 4 runs in Game 1 and 4 runs in Game 2, I would have told you the Blue Crabs win both those games handily. But the bats haven't gotten going yet in Games 1 and 2. So we'll have to see if they can flip the script in Game 3.
Yeah, and to that point, Southern Maryland offensively this evening struck out 17 times. You got to imagine that is a season high. In terms of the hitting column, 8 hits on the day, not bad. Southern Maryland gets a couple of multi-hit efforts. Zach Collier goes 2 for 5 with a double and a run scored, while Braxton Lee goes 2 for 4 with a run scored and a double. Also a walk drawn in the contest. Sundberg goes 0 for 3, while Wolanski and Walker each pick up a hit. Crosby got a hit in the contest, as did Michael Baca. Mackenzie Mills, the starting pitcher, finds himself with 7 innings pitched, allowing 7 hits, 4 walks, 4 runs, 3 of which were earned in the contest, and 6 strikeouts. Dakota Freeze, the right-handed starter for the Staten Island FerryHawks today, he goes 6 innings, allowing 5 hits, 3 runs, 1 of them earned, 1 walk, and 9 strikeouts in the contest. Then came Eddie Reynoso. He and Jose Velez combined for 2 innings in the 8th and 9th of scoreless baseball. I should say the 7th and 8th, before Victor Capion came through with a pair of 2-hit innings in which 1 unearned run did score. And then Bradley Roney went 2 scoreless before Matt Latos finished a third of an inning. That's how we can sign off on tonight's game. A 5-4 extra innings walk-off win for the Staten Island FerryHawks over the Blue Crabs. And we'll be right back tomorrow with more Blue Crabs baseball. For Austin Rooney, I'm Andrew Banstra, signing off on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network and reminding you and leaving you with one final note.
Let's go Blue Crabs.
I don't like that was in unison, but we'll sign off just like that.